A very, very, a very, very good morning to all of you. Myself, Selina Felix,
Hey, Sotu.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Assistant Professor of Political Science of Chatra, Ramai, Pandit, Mahavidyalaya, Bankura, West Bengal. At the very beginning, I would like to convey my warmest welcome to all the participants of this national webinar titled Geography and Allied Discipline, Future Scopes and Career Opportunities. Today's webinar has been organized by the Department of Geography in association with the Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Chatra Ramai Pandit Mahavidyalaya, Bankura, West Bengal. The convener, Dr. Abhishek Shaha, the joint convener, Professor Sattar Hussain, and all the other members of the advisory and organizing committee deserve a special appreciation for arranging this student-centric webinar. I convey my best wishes to all of them. The word geography is derived from the Greek word geo, which means the earth, and graphos, which means to write about. Thus, geography is the field of social science which concentrates on the phenomenon of the earth, the land, the temperature, the features, the inhabitants, and so on. Geography is the mother of all sciences. A sound knowledge of geography is essential to know our planet better. Geography plays an important role in the evolution of people, their ideas, places, and environment. Thus, today's webinar has been designed to acquaint the participants, especially our students, with the different branches of geography and how they can be used to achieve future goals. Besides getting an in-depth knowledge of the future scopes and career opportunities of studying these different branches of the discipline, they will also get an elaborate knowledge about the areas of research in future. Today, to grace this event, we have with us Professor Shyamol Chatra, Honorable Minister of State, Government of West Bengal, and President of the governing body of the college. He is the chief patron of today's program. I convey my warmest welcome to you, sir. We are grateful to you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend this program. We also have with us our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bankura University, Professor Devnarayan Bandyopadhyay. He is our chief guest today. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome you, sir, to today's program. Your presence means a lot to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your kind support and participation. Today, we have with us 6 eminent speakers. Our first speaker is Professor B.S. Chaudhary, Registrar of Kurukshetra University and Chairman, Department of Geophysics, Kurukshetra University. Our next speaker is Dr. Sujit Mandal, Dean, Faculty of Science and Head, Department of Geography, Diamond Harbour Women's University. Then we have Dr. A.R. Siddiqui, Professor and Head, Department of Geography, University of Allahabad. Our next speaker is Dr. Shuman Paul, Professor and Head, Department of Geography, Sidhu Kanu Bisha University. Our next speaker is Dr. Lakshminarayan Satpathy, Director, UGC, HRDC, and Professor, Department of Geography, Calcutta University. Our final speaker is Dr. Vimal Trivedi, Associate Professor, Center for Social Studies, ICSSR, Surat. I convey my warmest welcome to each of you. We are very grateful to each of you for your effort to make this webinar a success. Last but not the least, we have with us Honorable Principal Sir Dr. Taruknath Roy, without whose guidance, support and cooperation, we would not have been able to organize this webinar. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your encouragement and inspiration. Now, I would request our Principal Sir to deliver his inaugural speech. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir.
Today, on behalf of Chatra Ramai Pandit Mahavidyalaya, I again welcome you all in our third webinar. This webinar is organized by our Geography Department. Honorable President of our college and Chief Patron of this webinar, Professor Chatra, respected Vice Principal of Bankura University, Dr. Dev Narayan Bandyopadhyay, our respected speakers, Professor Bhagwan Singh Chaudhary, Registrar of Kurukshetra University, Professor Sujit Mondal, Dean of Diamond Harbour University, Professor A. Siddiqui, Head of Geography Department of Allahabad University, Professor Suman Pal of Sidhu Kanu Birsa University, Professor Lakshmi Narayan Satpathy of Calcutta University, and Dr. Bimal Trivedi, Center for Social Studies, Surat. I welcome you all, sir, today in this webinar. I also welcome my dear students, my teachers, staff, and other participants of this webinar. Again, it is my privilege to welcome you all in this webinar. And it is our continuous effort to organize webinars in this abnormal time where students cannot come to the college. We have arranged this webinar overcoming various problems, and our Honorable President has helped us, as he always does, to organize such webinar. I also offer my sincere thanks, respects and regards to Professor Dev Narayan Bandyopadhyay, as he is present with us despite his busy schedule and sparing his valuable time. He is always with us. He always helps us in such academic matters. I offer my sincere thanks and regards to him. Geography is a popular subject among the students, and it is also popular in our area. Many students get admitted in our college in the geography department. And I must have to say that our geography department is a very good department. And I also want to mention that 2 full-time teachers have joined this department recently. This is an added advantage to the students. 30 years ago, I know that there are few colleges where geography was taught. And students did not get the opportunities to study geography. But at present, there are many colleges where geography is taught as an important subject. One reason for this popularity of geography was obviously that students get ample job opportunities, particularly the teaching opportunities with this subject. But the situation is slightly different at present. At present, there are too few posts, particularly the teaching posts, but there are many students. And so, students are not getting always a job with this subject. And sometimes they are frustrated. But I think that there is no reason for frustration because geography is an all-encompassing subject. It is a discipline where Earth is studied with its physical and human complexities. It is an interdisciplinary subject related with basic sciences like physics, chemistry, mathematics, statistics. It is also related with social sciences like political science, economics, history. And it is also a multifaceted subject, starting from cartography to modern remote sensing. There are many various fields in these subjects, and students have to specialize and have to be acquainted with these modern fields of geography. And by this way, they will get the ample job opportunities in this subject also. And for this reason, we have arranged this seminar to inform the various ways and various opportunities in this subject. In this occasion, just I want to pay my homage to one great man who first measured the height of Mount Everest. At present, we know that the highest point of Earth is Mount Everest. It is my pleasure to know that this was first measured by Sri Radhanath Siddhar, who was a disciple of Vivian Derozian of 19th century, and he was a pioneer in Renaissance in Bengal. And the name of Mount Everest was come from the famous name of the director of the then Indian Survey Office. As Radhanath Siddhar has found the highest point of Earth, we all have to try to reach the highest point of our life. I offer my sincere gratitude to the respected speakers. They have consented to address this webinar by their valuable lectures. All will be enlightened, and our students particularly will be benefited by their deliberations also. I offer my sincere thanks to all of them. We will again arrange such webinar on the coming Saturday. This will be organized by our women's cells. I invite all to participate on this seminar and seeking your cooperation. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your attendance. Your gracious presence is going to make a lot of difference on the young minds participating in this webinar. Now, I would request Professor Satar Hussain, Department of Geography, to carry out the next session.
Hello. I'm Dr. Professor Samas, and now Honorable Vice Chancellor, Bankura University, Professor Geography, and I'm saying, we hand over
Very good morning to all of you. Myself Santi Ghosh, Faculty Department of Geography of this college. I extend my warm welcome to all in the today's webinar organized by Department of Geography who are present in this platform. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce our honorable chief guest, a noted academician, Professor Dr. Devnarayan Bandyopadhyay, Vice Chancellor of Bankura University. We are really thankful to him for taking the time out of his busy schedule to attend our today's webinar. We are honored by your presence, sir, on this occasion. We would love to hear from you, sir. Thank you, one and all. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I am really very pleased that Chatra Ramai Pandit College has organized this webinar on geography. I feel that most of the colleges during this pandemic are trying to organize different kinds of webinars. But why? Because we have to maintain the social distancing. We cannot go to the classrooms. We cannot organize seminars in physical modes. But academic activity cannot stop. It should not come to a standstill. We should move ahead. So it is with this idea that such online webinars, online classes had been initiated. And it has given us very good results. I remember the statistical analysis made by two of our principals of colleges on the success of this online system of academic dissemination. And it has been found that around 90% students, teachers, and researchers have been benefited because of this online system of education. So that's why all over the world, not just in India, not just in West Bengal, all over the world, now it is being disseminated online, because we should always remember that academic activity should not stop anywhere. So I'm really very pleased that this college has again and again tried to organize different kinds of webinars from different departments. And I therefore congratulate the principal of this college. I also congratulate the Department of Geography as a whole, all the teachers of the colleges, and the technical team for organizing such a wonderful webinar. And I also express my gratitude to the eminent scholars who will present their academic disseminations in this webinar. I'm grateful to them, and also the participants. So I am sure that this webinar will be extremely successful. And we know that during the pandemic, we cannot just sit tight in our armchair. We should also move ahead. And this college is setting an example by again and again organizing such webinars. So I'm really very much enthused by their academic progress and academic activities. And I'm sure this webinar will be a grand success, and it will be highly beneficial to the students, to the researchers, and even to the teachers. because it will give them a platform to exchange their ideas. So, with these words, I declare this webinar open. And thank you very much, but I regret that I shall not be able to sit through this webinar because I have to attend another webinar organized by another college. Very shortly, I shall have to be there, but still, my best wishes to all of you. Uh, my best wishes to this grand idea of organizing this webinar. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lisa. Thank you very much for your enlightening speech. Now, what do professors have participants?
Thank you, Shantipriyadi. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yes, audible.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. As you know that we have six speakers for today's webinar, and our first speaker is Dr. Bhagavan Singh Chaudhary, who will be speaking on geospatial technology of water security in India. Dr. Bhagavan Singh Chaudhary is currently working as professor and chairman Department of Geophysics, Kurukshetra University, India since December 2017. And he is also holding the position of Registrar of Kurukshetra University since 5th June 2020. He has worked as founder register Chaudhary Bansilal University 2014 to December 2017. Professor Chaudhary started his career as scientist Haryana Space Application Center, HISAR, in 1990 and worked till 2004. He has worked on so many research and development projects sponsored by government and also the industry sponsored project in the field of geospatial technology. He has worked on various teaching positions in Kurukshetra University from 2004 and supervised 10 PhDs, and he is recently or presently supervising 3 research scholars for PhD. He is the executive member of Indian National Committee of International Association of Hydrogeologists and the fellow of Indian Water Resources Society, South Asian Association of Economic Geologists, and the Society of Earth Scientists. He is also the member of the editorial board and the reviewer of more than a dozen prestigious national and international journals, and presently the executive editor of IMC of IAH online journal, e-journal of geohydrology, and he is the chairman of Postgraduate Board of Studies, Department of Geophysics, Kurukshetra University, and the member of Board of the Studies. So that is about the first speaker, and now I would like to request Dr. Bhagavan Singh Chaudhary to enlighten us with his valuable talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Hussain. First of all, I'm indeed thankful to Professor Bandyopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Bankura University, for setting the tone. I'm thankful to Professor Roy, Principal, Chatra, Ramai, Pandit, Mahavidyalaya. My esteemed colleague, Professor A.R. Siddiqui, HOD, Geography, University of Allahabad. I'm delighted to have many senior colleagues with us today in this seminar. I'm indeed thankful to Dr. Abhishek. He contacted me and wanted to have a talk on this platform. Thanks to Dr. Felix, Dr. Tattar Hussain, senior colleagues across the geography discipline, and dear participant. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be amongst you to talk on geospatial technology for water security in India. So I will be taking you through a presentation. I'm sharing my screen, and if you are able to see it, kindly let me know. And I'm putting my video on mute. So is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. So I will talk to you today on geospatial technology for water security in India. And I'm so happy that I have been given this opportunity to talk to you on this very important topic in the national webinar, Geography and Allied Disciplines, Future Scopes and Career Opportunities, Department of Geography, Chatra Ramai, Pandit Mahavidyalaya, Bankura University, West Bengal. I'm so happy to see many of my colleagues on board. Professor Siddiqui, he is the pioneer in this area. Many other senior colleagues who will be talking on various dimensions of the allied disciplines of geography. It is indeed a pleasure to talk in front of such senior colleagues and also to listen to their esteemed views. So you all might be aware, and we are quite often talking about water. And you can see that in our ancient Indian literature, our civilization is known as wet point civilization, where the civilization has grown near the water points. That may be a canal, that may be a river, that may be a big pond, right? And I would like to start with, as you see, Rahiman pani rakhiye bin pani sabsoon, pani gaye na ubre, moti manustun. और इसी को if we emphasize it in more context, भागीरथी पुकारती सुन मानव नादान दूषित कर क्यों डालता खतरे में पहचान. So when we talk about the importance of water, not only in the ancient literature, but nowadays also, you might be seeing that there are many environmentalists, many people who are continuously talking about the conservation of the resources. And when we talk about the conservation of the resources, water resources becomes one of the utmost important, so that we cannot really imagine the life and the humanity without water. So as you see, if I go by the Global Environmental Outlook Survey, every fourth person on the globe will not have safe drinking water by 2050. So that is one very important aspect which is forcing us to think about the proper use of water. 5 million people die of unsafe drinking water every year. And by 2032, 50% population will be forced to live in the areas of water scarcity. And if you see the problems of water pollution, every 8 seconds, one child dies of waterborne diseases. And about 20% species of the fishes found in the freshwater areas became extinct. And if you see the water usage, agriculture is consuming about 69% of the total water. So, my dear friends, we have to think about tons per liter instead of thinking about tons per hectare. 23% in the industry and 8% in the household usage. And if we see the global business, there is the earning of US dollar 30 billion for providing safe drinking water to the people. So this is where it necessitates that we must think about the water resources planning. So if you see why we should talk more about the optimal use of water, if we see the global distribution of fresh water as well as the population, when I'm talking about Australia, if you see only 1% of the population and 5% of the freshwater resources. However, in Asia, we are having 60% of the population, but only 36% of the freshwater resources, right? So Asia is otherwise also naturally, we are in a disadvantageous position. And when I come to India, if you see that we are having 2% of the world geographical area, 4% of the world water resources, but we are housing 90%, 19% of the world population. And you can see that this forces us more for going for optimal use of these resources. And when I'm talking about the annual estimated rainfall, India is using only 12% of it. And India is also plagued with one of the adverse factor, that is low irrigation of efficiency. When we talk about most of the northern states, we are going for flood irrigation. We are opening water in the agriculture field at one place and then we are letting it filled throughout, right? So that is the irrigation efficiency is really very low. And when I'm talking about when a country got independence, we were having about 5,100 cubic meter of water available in 1951, which has become 1,700 meter cube. And if it is going down like less than 1,000 meter cube, then we will be really forced to live in the water stress conditions. And this is again, accentuated by having the over exploitation of groundwater in many areas. If I talk across India, and the same is true in Haryana also, that we are having some of the areas where water table is coming up. These are mostly the areas where the groundwater quality is saline. We are having the other areas where the water table is continuously going down. And the reason is that we are going for more of the overdraft because of the fresh groundwater, and we are going for the intensive cropping, right? So that is adding to simultaneously two woes. That on the one side we are going for salinity and waterlogging. On the other side, we are going to have more and more problems related to the economic exploitation of the groundwater. And then when we talk about the quality, we are really, pondered by the excessive use of pesticides, fertilizers, industrial effluents. And we are at the same time having very insufficient water measures. So, what can be done in this scenario? My dear friends, geospatial technology, which encompasses the remote sensing, Earth observation devices in the form of spacecraft or aircraft, geographical information science, GI, nowadays we call it as GI science instead of geographic information system. We are having the global positioning system and the information and communication technology. And when I talk about the synergistic use of all these four technologies, then we say that we are having the geospatial technology. And as you know, that this is the technique which is going to really help us when we are talking about the water security. So you will see that when I'm talking about the water security, we are talking about a number of issues. Then only we can really think of water security, like rainwater harvesting, river basin development, watershed development, interlinking of rivers, command area development, and groundwater targeting. So we have to deal each and every dimension of this water resource management. Then only when we are talking about the at India level, then we can think about the water security. So you all might be knowing that when we are talking about the interlinking of the river, this is one of the dream projects of the present government. And they are of the opinion that we are having some of the river basins where we are having the water scarcity, and on the other side we are having the basins where we are having the problem of flooding and the excess of the water. Can this water be diverted to the water deficit rivers? So that is one of the idea where the lot of work is going on. And another very important aspect which is close to my heart is the watershed development. As you all know, that when we are talking about the natural resource mapping and management, then watershed is being increasingly used as a unit for water resources, for natural resource mapping and management, right? So I will be talking to you by taking some of the examples of watershed development. So as you see, why we are talking about such management, the issue is that we are having some of the areas which are glaciated, we are having a lot of snow, and then we are having the rivers which are perennial and which are having the water which is coming from these glaciated regions. And on the down right hand side, left hand side, you are seeing the Thar Desert, right? Can there be some mechanism through which these water from the glaciated rivers, perennial rivers, can be taken to the areas where we really require the water, and we can use it for the life-saving irrigation as well as for the drinking purpose. So one of the very important aspect is the identification of the paleo channels. As you all know, that paleo channel is one of the the river used to flow in the historical past. And if you're able to identify such features in the desertic terrain, then we can really supply and exploit the water and supply to the surrounding areas. You can see that this is a paleo channel which has been in a way rejuvenated by the presence of Indira Gandhi National Canal. Many of my geography colleagues were dealing and working in this area that Indira Gandhi National Canal is known as the lifeline of Ganganagar, right? And the excess of the water which was diverted from this, and that has taken almost, if you see, that has taken a shape of the river. And this is not the only big channel which is present over there, but you can see that it is having a number of tributaries also, right? So we can incarnate, or we can really refigure the channels which where the river used to flow in the historical past. So this is the image of Haryana. You can see in both the seasons, Rabi season on the right hand side and Kharif season on the left hand side. And as you know, when we are talking about Earth observation devices, we are having the areas which are having the presence of the crops are given as red, are seen as red, and we are having some of the areas you see the presence of the desertic and the sand dunes. We are having the gray areas, right? So this is just to show you the physiography. And as you see that we are having the Aeolian plain in the western side, we are having the Sivanics in the north, and we are having the Aravallis in the south. And there is only one perennial river, and that is Yamuna, which is making almost the eastern boundary of Haryana between Haryana and UP, right? So these are the geomorphic features. So why should I talk about the groundwater and water resource security? If you see Haryana and Punjab, the development status of groundwater is 109%. What does it mean? If annually I'm recharging 100 units of water, I'm taking 109 units of water out. So that is leaving a deficit of about 9 units of the year. So if we really compare it at the state level, we are really having a very dismal picture. I will just show you that this is the image where we are seeing some of the areas, like, when I'm talking about in isolation of Haryana and in isolation of Punjab. But if I join these together, you will see that the depth to water table and the water table fluctuation is reaching to such a level which is having a continuity. And that is why I was talking to you that we cannot really talk about the political boundaries. We have to think about mapping of the water resources at the level of the natural boundaries, which we call it as the watershed. And why this declining trend of water is there? If you see Haryana, uh, Haryana was, separated or was carved out in 1966 on 1st of November. And at that time, we were having only 25,311 diesel and electric pump sets. And if you see that in 1970-71, it became more than 1 lakh. And when I'm talking about 2015-16 from the statistical abstract, the total pump sets and the diesel sets which are available to in Haryana are 8,43,000. What does it mean? That we are having lot and lot water out, which is there in the subsurface. And as I was showing you, that we are having the groundwater water development, which has come to a state of 109%. So you all might be happy, and we take pride when I talk about Haryana, Punjab, and Western UP. That green revolution is one of the, we are the one of the beneficiary, and we are, contributing to a great extent to the kitty of the national when we're talking about the food grains. But the unfortunate part is that we have started taking lot many high doses of the fertilizers and pesticides that resulted into both land and water degradation. The quality of the groundwater was polluted, and at the same time, we were having the land is requiring more and more fertilizers uses to get the productivity. So that is adding in a way to the soil degradation and ultimately to the environmental degradation. So on the one side, we were having the over exploited aquifers, and on the other side, we are having the continuous pollution of the groundwater. We Haryana, we are really famous of using anisides. You might be sides means herbicide, pesticide, weedicide, insecticide. So we are using a lot of chemicals, and that is one of the aspects which is really worrisome, that we have to think about the pollution of groundwater, how we can minimize it. And you might be knowing that Haryana is one of the states which has banned sachi. Sachi, it was a short maturing crop, but was grown in the summer season. And the problem of growing rice in the summer season, that it requires huge quantity of the water. So that's why the government banned it. And now the government is thinking altogether for the crop diversification, means they are trying to ban the presence of they are discouraging the farmers not to go for the rice, but to go for the other crops which are having less water requirement. And the government is also defraying the cost. They will be paying somewhere around 5,000 rupees per acre. So let us see how the results come. But if you see the ban on paddy cultivation, it has really worked very well. From 1965-66, the total paddy acreage was 1.92 lakh hectares, and now it is 13.5 lakh hectares. But When I'm talking about the presence of the Sati, that has grown to almost total Sati area has diminished to about 20% when I'm talking about 5 or 7 years back. And if you see why should I talk about it, that 1 kg of the rice production is going to take 2,000 to 5,000 liters of water, and that is really worrisome. So the government has initiated a program, Mera Pani Meri Virasat, and in under this scheme they are paying 5,000 to 7,000 rupees per acre to the farmers not to grow paddy rice. Instead of they should go for maize or any other type of the crop. So this is not the only thing. If you see Niti Ayog anxiety, if we are talking about almost 22 major cities of India, they are going to be devoid of water availability, right? In this summer also, last summer we have seen a lot of, last year, 2019, we have seen about 22 cities almost going dry. Chennai was one of the worst hit, in addition to many other areas. Many of the IT professionals, profis were asked to work from home, right? So here we have to think really about that how we can optimize the water resources. And if you see the goals of National Water Mission, they also are worried that if we can increase the water use efficiency of irrigation by 20% by 2035, it will be one of the main goal, and which is again, you can say, ameliorated by promoting the citizens and the state for water conservation. So we are seeing a lot many issues on the basis of integrated water resources and the watershed conservation and management. And if you see the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, by 2030 we are visualizing a world which is free from hunger, which is free from poverty, and which will be having the access for each and every individual citizen of clean water and sanitation. My dear friends, this seems to be a gigantic task, but all of us have to work together. Then only we can really think of sustainable development goals. And I was talking to you about the water footprint, and you can see that 1 kg of the rice is going to take about 5,000 liters of water, and 1 kg of chocolate consumes 24,000 liters of water, and beef, 1 kg of beef requires 15,500 liters of water. So, my dear friends, if we see the footprints, water footprints of the food items, it's really worrisome, and that's why I was emphasizing that we have to think about tons per liter instead of tons per hectare. So, there are many ways where we can, through which we can really solve the freshwater crisis. And in my opinion, first and foremost is that we have to have the change in the consumption and the lifestyle. That is one of the very, very important aspects. Recycling of the wastewater is another aspect, and invent of new water conservation technologies. There are a number of issues, but the ultimate thing is that we have to devise the strategies. We have to go for integrated water resources management, which I talked about, the water security, through which we can really think about the water security, and ultimately we can mitigate the climate change in the coming time. And this can be achieved, my dear friends, only when we are talking about, including the community participation. Until and unless we are having the community participation in these type of the program, we cannot really think about the success of such programs. So another very important aspect you might be thinking about, that we are talking about the sustainable agriculture, and the government of India thinks that we have to double the income of the farmers by 2022. Whereas the Indian Economic Survey 2019 says that the climate change impact on the agriculture is going to reduce the income of the farmers by 25%. So, my dear friend, it is again a very, very dilemma situation where we have to devise all the means so that we can really think about the optimal utilization of the water resources. So, as I was talking to you about the water side, why we should work on the watershed basis, because it is a natural hydrologic unit, and the problems of the upper and the lower catchment area are interrelated. And when we are talking about the command area management in the transition zone of recharge, then these issues are related to each other, and that's why we are talking about the natural resource mapping and management on the watershed basis. And the first and foremost aim of the watershed conservation planning management is that we are thinking about the land and water resources management optimal utilization as well as sustainability by taking into consideration all the measures which are available to us. So I will quickly take you through one of the cases carried out. This is a tributary of Ghaggar River, that is KZ watershed, Kausalya and Jhajra. These are the tributaries of Ghaggar River, and we have carried out an integrated study in this area. So I will quickly take you through, and then we'll show you that what are some of the outputs which we have generated. As you see, we are in North India, so this watershed is covering a part of Haryana and Himachal Pradesh. So this is the satellite image. You can see when I'm talking about the northern upper half, we are having almost a very good vegetated, and when I'm talking about the lower half, we are having the agriculture. So it is a watershed which is comprising of both the unit, and you can see both the Kausalya and Jhajra river which are present over there, right? So this is the geological map where you see different geological formations, geological units. We have prepared the geomorphology map. Why I am interested to know about geology and geomorphology? The basic idea is that when I'm going to prepare the groundwater potential map, I must be knowing about the landform distribution as well as the lithological composition of different landforms. If we are able to identify the landform correctly, we will be able to understand the underlying lithology, and it will help us in identifying or understanding the percolation and infiltration rates, so we can have an idea about the aquifer characteristics. So this is the surface drainage map where you can see that we are having the rivers which is of the fifth order, where both of these tributaries are meeting together. So this is the distal elevation model, and you can see that we are having the height difference from 399 to 1813 meters in this water side. So we are having very rugged terrain. And then this is the slope aspect. Slope is very important when we're going using the universal soil loss equation, going for soil erosion calculation, and going for the mitigation measures. And you see, this is the aspect map. Aspect is very important when we are talking about water conservation as well as soil erosion aspect, because if we are talking about the southern and southeastern aspect, these are the areas where we are going to have more erosion because of the continuous sunshine. In the northern areas, we are having more of the vegetation, moisture is conserved for the longer time, and we are having more vegetation, so less of the soil erosion. So this is the land use land cover. And if you see the land use land cover, we are prepared for 1999, 2000, and then 2015, 16, over a period of 15 years. And then we have calculated, we have gone for the change detection. And if you see that much of the area from the dense forest has become open forest, from open to the scrub, and scrub to the agriculture as well as to the settlement areas. And then we have gone for the soil map of the area, and then by calculating the soil erosion, we have prioritized these watersheds into the different low, very low to you are having very high priority areas depending on the soil erosion risk. And then we have gone for identifying the groundwater potential of this area and then correlating it with the ground conditions. And in the end, we have proposed certain water harvesting structures, right? These are the areas where you are going for not only the farm dug ponds, but also you are going for the check dams, and you are going for the gully plugging. So this is for basically soil erosion estimation. So another study when I was working at HARSEC, we have carried out in Gurgaon. I may be taking another 5 to 6 minutes so I can bind up. So this is the area previously, now it is Gurgaon and Nu district. So we have carried out the similar type of study. Because this is a success example, that's why I wanted to discuss with you. So we have prepared the geomorphology map, groundwater prospects map, groundwater quality map, and then groundwater depth. And then we have an integrated map, which we have prepared in the form of groundwater potential map, in which the depth to water level, quality, and the likelihood of water availability, that is the groundwater prospects, are put together so that it is a value-added map and was prepared for a project under National Natural Resources Information System. So why I want to prepare this? The preparation of these maps, when we prepared the different plans, we have supplied it to the land department, that is the Mewar Development Agency, and then they carried out a number of labeling works. You see an example. We have gone there after about 12 years to see that what is the progress which is going on. If you see here, that we are having the land labeling activities. You are seeing a earthen bund, you are seeing the Aravallis in the backdrop. Not really much water is there. That's why this earthen bund can help us in the soil moisture amelioration. This is a groundwater recharge point. It's a it's a pond near Jaisingpur village, which has been converted into a sort of groundwater recharge. Then you are having a percolation tank. If you see that water has been collected over here, and if you are seeing in the surrounding areas, the vegetation has started coming up. And this vegetation shows that how the moisture can change and the ecosystem of that particular area. You are seeing the tomato cultivation in the surrounding areas, and then you are seeing on the left-hand side the public health tube well, which is near to the vicinity of this southern bund, so that the water which is getting recharged can be taken out, treated, and supplied to the surrounding villages. So these are some of the examples, and this is for the soil erosion. To checking the soil erosion, you are seeing the presence of the gullies. This is the field photograph. We can see the gullies more closely. And we are seeing here another public health tube, and you are seeing the earthen dam here. And you can see that these type of the structures can help us in the water amelioration, right? So these are some of the things which I wanted to share with you. And nowadays, as you see, that in every area we are talking the use of Internet of Things. We are talking of increasing use of smart systems. So here also we have to think about introduction of the smart water management, right? So that we can have a sort of integrated system in which we are having all these different components together, and we are thinking about the sustainability of the water resources, which can really help us in understanding yields per liter instead of yields per hectare concept. So I would like to conclude that watershed-based studies needs to be encouraged. There should be increasing focus on the use of geospatial technology for understanding the spatio-temporal characteristics of water resources. We have to have the Pan-India initiative and local specific site plan, which can really strengthen our activities. And there must be a cooperation from the global, national, regional communities so that we understand these problems in a better way. And I would like to emphasize that the training and capacity building is very, very important so that we can really think about the water security in the days to come. And this is the place where I am from, Chatra, and you see the famous Brahmasarovar ponds. This is a satellite image I have just tried. That you are in West Bengal, might be happy to see this Brahmasarovar ponds, right? And you can see Kurukshetra University, we are having lots of lush green vegetation. That's why you're seeing a lot of redness in this area. And why I wanted to show you this, that if you see every village, in every village we are having at least 2 or 3 ponds. And these ponds are acting as the groundwater recharge bodies, right? So this is another aspect I wanted to show you. So, with this, I would like to conclude that coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, working together is a success. And there is a famous saying by Abraham Lincoln that you cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by avoiding it today. Means we have to think about the sustainability in every aspect, every sphere of the human being. And the left-hand side, you see that this is a book on one of the author, which has come up from the Springer applications and challenges of geospatial technology. So with this, my dear friends, I would like to finish today's presentation, and if you have any questions, I am there to reply. Thank you very much for patient listening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Abhishek. If there are any clarifications.
Thank you, sir, for your interesting and informative sessions. Now here we see some questions about the topic. The first question, Dr. Sumit Patel is asking about hydrological research scope in Ganga flood plain with the use of GIS technology.
Thank you very much, my dear friends. Wherever we are having the spatio-temporal distribution, related to any of the aspects of the water cycle. That may be related to the precipitation, that may be related to the subsurface flow by taking the different, pressure analysis and other things, and talking about the surface water management. Surface water management is one of the area where the geospatial technology is having the direct applications. When I'm talking about the groundwater aspects, as you have seen that we have used a lot of ancillary data which is available to us from the piezometers or from the open wells, the information which has been generated. So there is a lot of scope, and we are having Government of India. There is a WARIS, Water Resources Information System, which has been coordinated by the Regional Remote Sensing Service Center, Jodhpur, and they are coordinating all these aspects through Bhuvan. They have put a lot of data into the open domain also. So there is a lot of scope in this area.
Thank you, sir. Another question is Professor Amit Hamram is asking that which are the institutes where the study and research may be done and what are the major probable trust area of the research?
When I talk about the groundwater or hydrology specifically, you are having, all the IITs, all the IITs we are having, where you are having this hydrology as a discipline. We are having most of the universities where hydrology is one of the sub-discipline in geography and geology and geophysics, right? NIS, National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee. There also we are having a lot of opportunities, and then we are having Central Water Commission and CJWB, which are really helping us to get the data and apply it in the real-time domain. So, an Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, along with National Remote Sensing Service Center, Hyderabad. These are the institutes where we can really think about the integrated use of geospatial technology and the water resources.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Mr. Sir.
नहीं उनको हाँ नहीं
Abhishek, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable speech, sir, and have with us and your for giving us time for our department and waiting for physical interaction during our department when we organize a seminar based on different geographical aspects like applied aspect, geomorphology, population or demographic study or methodology based study. Then we welcome you. Then, sir, please, sir, give us time for that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I am indeed thankful to Dr. Siddiqui, Principal Mahoday, entire management, and the Vice Chancellor to be present in the inaugural session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now our next speaker, Professor Dr. Sujit Mondol. Sir, today the Department of Geography, Chatra, Ramai, Pandit, Mahavidyalaya is very thankful to sir to accept our invitation and to motivate all students, faculty members, policymakers of India. Your high-level thinking, your caliber in the domain in physical geography has always provided us a great scope to rethink the subject in new dimension. Respected Professor Dr. Sujit Mondol is currently Dean of Science, Diamond Harbour Women's University, and Professor and Head of the Department of Geography. Previously, Professor Mondol was Professor and Head Department of Geography, Gauranga University, Malda. Professor Mondal has a vast experience in academia, research, as well as educational administration. He has published more over 50 journals in repute publishing house like Springer, Elsevier, Taylor and Francis, and published so many books in Springer or other repute publishing house. He already completed several research projects as a principal investigator. He actively participated and organized states, national and international seminars and invited as an eminent speaker in many conferences, seminars and symposiums. He has a vast and enriched expertise in applied geomorphology. We are very pleased and lucky to get you as a geoscientist in this webinar. We hope we all highly motivated with your talk and please enrich us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Abhishek. So let me.
Thank you, sir. Visible, sir. Visible, sir.
PPT is visible, Abhishek?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir. Visible.
Hello?
Sir. Yes, sir. Visible, sir. Sir, visible.
But here, I could not find the PPT over the screen. Okay.
Okay. Sir, we found that in PPT screen.
But here it is visible.
Sir, yes,
Yes, here PPT is not visible. So a white screen is coming to me. Well, just wait for him. Okay, sir.
Yes, 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 yes.
Wait, please.
Sir, present button, sir. Present button. In the bottom of the screen, sir.
I have gone through bottom. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Let me try again. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
PPT is visible here, Abhishek?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Visible,
Hello?
sir. Hello, sir. Visible, sir. Sir, visible.
Yes, sir, visible.
Sir, visible, sir.
But here, what problem is going on?
Sir, please, sir,
click on the below
enlarge the screen.
window. Your window will open in below taskbar.
Yes,
I have gone through the taskbar.
sir. Try it again.
So share your entire screen and then you can see your PPT.
Now visible, okay? Now my
Yes,
PPT
sir.
is visible, Abhishek?
No, sir, no, sir.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
My PPT is visible.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
So please click on the present now button and then share your entire screen. Okay.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Enter screen.
I shared it, but the problem is going. What is happening? Uh, wait.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm selecting the PPT, but it is not going to be selected actually.
Okay.
No, you click on the present now button and share your entire screen. Yes. Now presenting. Now your PPT is visible.
But here that is
Sir, enlarge the screen, sir. Sir, enlarge the screen.
Maximize your screen.
Put it on slideshow.
Yes, sir. Slide show.
but I am going to speak on okay
Okay, sir. Okay,
without
sir.
PPT.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Something problem actually. 1 minute. Let me just receive me from
Yes, sir.
just admit me from what is I'm going to present
Okay,
from
sir.
Mumbai.
Okay, sir.
In my computer, that is actually created a problem possibly.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
It's a problem in my computer.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Sir, you can continue without PPT.
Just I am going through. Okay, the PPT. I have to go through just PPT.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Otherwise, it would not be.
Okay, sir.
It is taking much time. I could not understand. So just I tried today in the morning. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Let's start. Honorable Minister, Government of West Bengal, Samal Kumar Chatra, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Devnaran Bandyopadhyay, Bankura University, respected Principal and Vice Principal, dear faculty members, Department of Geography, Chatra Ramai Pandit Mahavidyalaya and IQAC of the college, distinguished guests, participants, research scholars, students from various corners of India. The Department of Geography organized a relevant program that is national level webinar on geography and allied discipline, its future scope and career opportunities. And I would like to speak on applied geomorphology for land management, a perspective of changing real environment. So geomorphology is one of the most important and significant branches of geography. That is one of the most important branch of physical geography. We can divide according to the branch or discipline. Geography is divided into two, that is physical geography and what I say human geography. Of human geography, the geomorphology is one of the most important branch, which explains the processes, various kind of processes resultant landforms. And these very processes plays an important role for changing the landform and creating so many problems, that is environmental problems. Amongst fluvial geomorphology, coastal geomorphology, aeolian geomorphology, glacial geomorphology, mountain geomorphology, desert geomorphology, actually plays an important role for understanding the Earth surface or land resources available over the Earth. So fluvial geomorphology is one of the most important branch of geomorphology because actively engaged, fluvial processes actively engaged in changing the Earth surface structure and forms. So applied geomorphology basically examines the processes acting over the Earth surface and its impact over the Earth in terms of various kinds of hazards, disaster, etc., as well as the societal impacts or human impacts on the geomorphic surface or Earth surface. So it actually creates so many problems, and the identification of the problems and solving of the problems is the major actually perspective of the present day applied geomorphology. So there are so many issues actually which are being discussed, and to address this issue, applied geomorphology provided various resources, particularly maps, models, prediction tools provided by applied geomorphologists, which are useful basically to all scientists, engineers, consultants, decision makers involved in hazards, land use planning, natural resources, environmental engineers, and global environmental changes. So in the present day, applied geomorphology describes actually deal to it some basic issues all over the world. That is climate change and river response. And it is quite common phenomenon that climate change actually changes the flow of the river and its magnitude, frequency distributions, and occurrences of some destructive events, that is floods and avulsions. Climate change actually influences basin hydrology and geomorphology, which are one of the most important part for resource planning and management. Climate change also influences the catchment linkage and connectivity. So to understand the river's response, river's activities in a particular drainage basins, the changing climatic phenomena is one of the most important aspect in the present day applied geomorphology. Applied geomorphology also goes through land degradation, resource depletions, and livelihood challenges, agricultural mechanizations, urbanizations, and associated deforestations, industrializations, associated urbanizations, deteriorations of the river health due to lot of human interferences, depletion of the groundwater as a result of industrialization and urbanizations, resource depletion and its impact on landscape geomorphology actually induces several livelihood issues. So all these things are being addressed in the present day in the field of applied geomorphology. Applied geomorphology considers the large dams and river systems. As a result of the construction of the dams and what I say, any engineering structures upstream and downstream, geomorphological character, hydrological character are being changed frequently, which is actually responded in the form of hazards like riverbank erosion, channel avulsion, and floodplain changes. And dams also plays an important role in changing the river hydrology and river management issues actually arises, and all these things are actually being discussed in the field of applied geomorphology. Applied geomorphology in the present day also discusses the decommissioning and river restoration processes. So climate change and associated geomorphic hazards and associated livelihood challenges are also being discussed, are also the major part of the applied geomorphology. So geomorphic hazards in the form of soil erosion, landslide, lowering of the groundwater level, rock falls, debris falls, etc., climate change and its interactions with the fluvial processes and coastal morphodynamics, landscape changes and threat to coastal islands, sea level rises, coastal erosion, vulnerability, risks, etc., and coastal habitat changes and ecosystem vulnerability are also the major part of the applied geomorphology. So applied geomorphology discusses so many things which are operating over the Earth surface and which are related with the human civilizations. So to understand and to explore the what I say society, or to explore the livelihood challenges, the knowledge with regard to applied geomorphology is of immense importance in the present day. So to address various issues of the applied geomorphology, to understand the Earth surface processes and what I say groundwater hydrology, to understand the flow character of the river, to understand the soil character of the Earth surface, we can use in the present day various sorts of machines and tools or instruments in the laboratory or going to the field. That is what I say, a digital seed seeker, piezometer, triaxial shear test apparatus, infiltimeter for measuring the infiltration capacity, well permeameter, permeability assessment parameter instrument, rock hardness tester for understanding what is a mountain geomorphology. One thing, GPS, weather stations to what I say to estimate weather component, total stations to map the Earth surface. Next, what I say, GPR, ground penetrating radar to address and or assess what I say groundwater hydrology. XRD to analyze mineralogical composition existing in the rocks and soil. ADCP to analyze the depth velocity profile of the river or velocity character of the river. We can use the echo sounder in the present day digital current meter to assess the what I say bathymetric character of the river. So all these instruments, sophisticated instruments, actually are being used in the field of applied geomorphology. So we can understand the Earth surface very well, achieving the knowledge of the applied geomorphology, and we can incorporate in the resource management processes, and we can incorporate in the what I say address the livelihood vulnerability. So application of tools and techniques in geomorphology in the present day actually enormous. High resolution satellite image, sophisticated softwares, digital elevation models, statistical tools, probabilistic tools, or I say hydrological models, slope stability models, which are also geotechnical models, which are the indispensable part of the applied geomorphology in the present day. So there is the importance of applied geomorphology is increasing day by day for addressing the land surface resources. So let us come to the fluvial geomorphology. So initially, based on the geomorphic concept or the running water, actually there was a several sub-discipline of the fluvial geomorphology arises, that is conceptual fluvial geomorphology, descriptive fluvial geomorphology, qualitative fluvial geomorphology, quantitative fluvial geomorphology, and modern fluvial geomorphology. Conceptual fluvial geomorphology during the ancient time to 1800 AD existed. Descriptive fluvial geomorphology during 1890 to 1930. Qualitative fluvial geomorphology 1930 to 1950. Quantitative fluvial geomorphology 1950 to 1990. And modern fluvial geomorphology comprising 1990 to present day. Since 1950, mathematical development about rivers in quantitative geomorphology came into observed, actually observed. Measurement of depth, velocity, hydraulic radius, gradients, etc. are being measured with the help of sophisticated tools and techniques. Since 1978 to 2000, fluvial geomorphology developed scientifically. And during this span, application of aerial photographs, satellite images, various kind of software started to use to analyze the geomorphological aspects over the Earth surface. So there are so many scopes and objectives of fluvial geomorphology. It actually deals with river channels and drainage basins, river management systems, engineers, how they seize the river, geomorphologists, how actually they seize the river, actually landscapes as a system that produces and transport water and sediments and changes the Earth surface and changes actually a society, community, agricultural system, etc. Applied geomorphology or fluvial geomorphology actually explore channel types, floodplains, terraces, where large number of billions of populations actually started to live and maintains their livelihood on floodplains and terraces. Thankful flow, which is immense important in the study of fluvial geomorphology, which actually helps to understand the flood situations and evolutions and types of the river, whether it is states, channels, and mainland channels, braided channels, and branching channels, etc. So there are so many scopes of the and objectives of the fluvial geomorphology which are to be understood to address the land resources available over the Earth surface. So a river system actually comprising three basic systems. That is one of the system that is collective systems. It is it is found in the uppermost part where so many tributaries actually are engaged in the soil erosion processes and produces huge amount of sediments and water, which are actually being transported through trunk stream and being deposited in the middle course as well as the lower course. So next one, transport system, that is the trunk systems. And through these very systems, a large amount of sediments and water which are being derived in the collecting systems are being transported, and sometimes it is being deposited over that very part in the middle course, and dispersal systems in the lower segment, where a network of distributaries at the mouth of the river, which actually helps to generate several kinds of delta. So these very three systems actually were being explained properly in 1977 by Scoop, one of the most renowned geomorphologists. He tried to explain this very three system with the help of three zones, that is zone 1, that is production zone in a drainage basin, zone 2, that is transfer zone, and zone 3 actually deposition zone of depositions. So as a result of the changing of the zone 1, that is production zone, changes can be found in the zone 2, that is transfer zones, as well as zone 3. And as a result of the changing of the what I say zone 3, lowermost segment of the river, due to diastrophism and base level changes can be observed in the what I say transfer zone as well as in the zone 3. So all these three zones actually are interlinked with other. So if we have to understand very well, planners, policymakers, and geomorphologists, geographers will have to understand very well of drainage basins. If you go for planning and development, if you go for agricultural establishment, industrial establishment, or any other kind of development programs, considering a drainage basin or river basin as one of the most important geomorphic units. So in a drainage basin or river basins, several parameters or variables, that is geology, climate, vegetation, soils, sediment regime, discharge, actually are the most important variables which actually changes rivers morphodynamic variables and what I say dynamicity of the river systems. And this is one of the most, all these variables are most important aspects. We all know the what I say now the holy river, the river Ganges, which is the line of billions of peoples, and which actually promote large-scale industries, industrializations, large-scale urbanizations, large-scale employment opportunity, agricultural opportunity. And we all know that, what I say, being a geographer, this very river actually passing through the tectonic basin between what I say Himalayan mountain range and peninsular plateau. And this very tectonic basin actually filled up by sediments as a result of sedimentation, and sediments and what I say materials actually derived from Himalayan mountains and what I say peninsular plateau, large number of rivers, what is Sindh, Chambal, Betwa, Ken, etc. Soon. From what I say the peninsular plateau, and number of tributaries, number of rivers which are actually which derived huge water and sediments, and actually flows through these very tectonic sediment, tectonic basins. And these very tectonic basins actually filled up by a thick sediments coverage. And through alluvial soils, this very river Ganges actually flows and tries to, what I say, loiter within these very tectonic basins. And as a result of the loitering of these main channels, that is River Ganga, so many problems, that is floods, riverbank erosions, and avalanches are common phenomena. And as a result of these very geomorphic hazards, actually a lot of damages actually are being happened along in these floodplain regions, in industrialized regions, what they say, urbanized regions, agricultural regions, and all these things actually are being damaged day by day and frequently year by year. So we must understand the what I say geomorphic character or some geomorphological character and fluvial geomorphology of these very tectonic basins. And without understanding the fluvial geomorphology, we cannot manage the land and soils of these very tectonic basins, that is the Gangetic plains. And if we could not manage it, understanding the fluvial geomorphological knowledge, we cannot manage the resource, we cannot manage our human population. So, so there are system in a fluvial system. There are so many variables. Actually, time, initial relief, geology, climate, vegetation, volume of mass, hydrology, runoff, sediment yield, drainage network morphology, hill slope morphology, discharge of water, sediment and water discharge, channel and valley morphology, deposition system morphology, sediment characterizations. All these things are to be properly understood, and this can fluvial geomorphology can give you a true idea with regard to all these fluvial system variables. So there are so many parameters, say parameters, relief parameters, aerial parameters, which are to be understood, which are to be understood to address properly the collecting systems of a drainage basin of large basins. So various types of to understand the channels which actually loiters through the alluvial plains or main rivers or trunk streams, we must go for some hydraulic parameters of the or fluvial parameters, that is stream power, Reynolds number, flood number, water discharge, suspended sediment transport, hydraulic radius, cross-sectional area, discharge weighted perimeter with the ratio, flow character, etc., etc. So with the help of sophisticated instrument, we can measure all these parameters to address what I say the flow character of the river. We can estimate the flood situation. We can estimate what I say the probability of the flood situations of a particular segment of the river, and on the basis of which we can understand the suitable locations where we can stay, where we can go for any kind of planning and development, etc. So to understand the stability of the river or running water or the place to identify the suitable locations where any kind of engineering structures may happen for the planning and development, we may go for the what I say river bank height, bank full height, root depth, root density, surface protection, bank angle, bank materials, and what I say bank stratifications. And we can use Behe model after erosion, bank erosion hazard index model, and then we can estimate near bank stress, near bank maximum depth, near bank slope. Using these very two parameters, we can use or estimate near bank stress, and bank pool shear stress we can estimate with the help of mean depth and average flow. So all these parameters are to be what I say understood very well to understand the river bank, or which can identify the suitable locations for human settlements and agricultural establishment or transport and communication systems. So no river can be of straight enough. It actually starts to what I say bend. As a result of the deposition of the sediments, river starts to bending, and it actually creates the meandering river. And what I say along the concave portions, they are it is characterized by what I say maximum depth, and convex portions what I say that is characterized by the minimum depth. And concave portion is being eroded rapidly, and we should identify, being a geographer, that these very portions very well. We also should identify the refill and pool sections of the river. Actually, refill section are being found along the straight channels, and pool sections actually are being found at the bending sections. And a river, a meandering course of the river, meandering channel actually shows the alternate expressions of the pools and rivers, and as well as the meandering channels actually exhibit high meandering bend and exhibit some properties. What I say, the wavelength, radius of curvature, amplitude, etc., point of inflection, etc. And all these things to be understood very well to assess the meander character, arc angle, average width of the bank, full position, etc., etc. So meander length, meander width, meander ratio, arc angle, radius of curvature, all these things are to be addressed properly or are to be understood properly to analyze the channel morphology where human populations are maximum. So I am going to a field study that is I visited what I say the upstream of Farakka barrage, that is Manikchok, Kaliachok, and Kaliachok 2 and 3, where actually as a result of the large scale depositions, so many chords, stable chords, unstable chords has been developed, and it actually changes the flow character and flow velocity and flow directions. And as a result of which, bank erosion is one of the most important problem, and as well as the land loss is one of the most important problem in this area. So development of the shorelands changes the flow direction, flow velocity of the river, and this kind of changes actually helps to promote the river bank erosion process as well as the land loss, basically agricultural land loss in Manikchok, Kaliachok, etc. So the river Ganga in the upstream of Farakka barrage actually is passing through two major fault, that is Rajmahal fault and Malla Kishanganj fault. So this very portion actually technically unstable area. And as a result of the slight turning movement, devastating changes or destructive changes actually may happen if the bottom slope of the river bed, a little bit of changes occurs, though direction of the flow and the velocity character of the flow may be changes, and it may causes what I say devastating, what I say the bank erosion processes on devastating what I say a stable shoreland existing over the river bed. So geologically, this very portion upstream of the Farakka bridge between Rajmahal and Farakka more dynamic in character. Each and every year, actually, there is erosion of the shoreland, there is creation of the shorelands. So this is one of the most dynamic phenomena. So land loss actually quite common phenomena. There are some photographs, but I am unable to show all of you. In 2015, a devastating what is a bank erosions took away villages just immediate upstream of the Farakka Bridge as a result of the opening of the two sluice gates. Okay, and it actually changes the flow velocity character of the river Ganga. And sudden increase of the velocity of the water actually took away villages. And then I was actually serving at the Gauravanga University. So large-scale destructions, bank erosions, and the settlement destructions, schools, markets, etc. actually quite common phenomenon. Large number, more than 15 moujas actually are being affected very severely in Manikchok area. More than 15 moujas severely affected by what I say bank erosion processes that is actually caused as a result of the dynamic character of this very river. So many measurement techniques actually are being taken into account with the help of digital current meter. And I went to the field over the river Ganga with the help of with a echo sounder and started to identify the bathymetric character of the river. And I found that the maximum depth actually basically are being found along the mainland, that is Manikchok area, where bank erosion actually very much pronounced. So many profiles actually I've studied. So many locations I visited with a boat, speedboat. Okay, with the help of EcoSounder and surveyed what I say the bathymetry and depth character of the river. So many profiles, number of at least 20 profiles actually I drawn, and I have seen there is a rising part over the river bed, and which shows the deposition of sediments. No, over the riverbed actually is not the smooth in nature. Fluctuation of the profile actually was being observed, which revealed the alternate deposition and erosion. Deposition and erosion actually are being found over the river. So it also found that towards the mainland, the thallic position actually are being observed, and it reveals that the velocity of the running water is maximum along the mainland, towards the mainland, and there is a propensity to erode the land, basically agricultural land, etc., with the help of what is the running water and directional changes of the river. So another study was also taken into account just immediate upstream of the Farakka barrage, a small location actually identified towards the Kaliachot 3 area, and I have seen the continuous year after year. I gone through what I say 2001, 2005, studied with the help of what I say satellite images and Google Earth images. 1995, 2001, 2005, and 2015. So frequent changes of the island actually were being observed, and eliminations of the land from several moujas actually were being observed as a result of this very study. So to assess what I say properly, we can analyze the velocity profile or velocity zones over the river bed, surface velocity as well as what I depth velocity towards a certain depth to 2 meters or 1.5 meters depth measured over the riverbed. Several locations are well taken into account, and velocity distance map actually were being prepared for these very regions. So we also mapped the stream bathymetry map for different years, 2016 and 2017 as well as 2018, and we have seen the changes character of the river bed bathymetry since 2016 to 2018. Year after year, continuous changes in the deposition and siltation actually are being observed as a result of the clogging of the sediments because of the restriction of the Farakka barrage. So a study actually was also conducted with the help of remote sensing and GIS. I also gone through Landsat TM, Landsat images, Landsat OLI, and Google Earth images to understand the changing character of the river Ganga since 1767 to what I said 2016. So we observed, I met 1767, 1855, 1955, 1973, 1979, 1996, 2008, and 2016. And so rapid changes, what I say, pictures, noticeable changes of the river actually are being observed. So, and it was found that left bank actually eroded very much rather than the right bank. And left bank, there are several mojas, that is what I say, Manik Chowk, Kalia Chowk 2, Kalia Chowk 3, and English Bazaar. Basically, Kalia Chowk 3, Kalia Chowk 2, and Manik Chowk block were being affected due to land loss as bank erosion as a result of the bank erosion processes. And several mojas actually are being affected due to land losses, and land use changes actually were being observed. A land use study actually were being also conducted. I consider 1995 images and what I say 2016 images. And on the basis of the land loss, we identified several mojas having a high erosion prone zone, several mojas having moderate erosion prone zone, several mojas having low erosion prone zone, and land gain zone. At a particular time, particular year, land loss actually happened, but after 2 or 3 years, as a result of depositions, land also gained of that very particular mojas, and it is quite common phenomenon. And this very land actually is being used as seasonal agricultural land. So land use survey done 1950, 1995 and 2016, and we identified several land use characters, and each and every land use character, say for example, vegetation cover actually changed into 7 characters. Say for example, settlement area actually changed into 7 characters. So we converted the land use character into 49, what I say, land use types. So conversion of the land use actually took place. First of all, we identified 7 land use character, and converted into land use actually take place, and we identified 49 land use character, and with the help of what I say metrics, a particular type of metrics, we gone through study what kind of changes actually took place. And it is found that the mojas having high amount of land loss in Manikchok moja, basic changes actually were being found into transformation into water body. And most of the settlement area and vegetation cover actually were being changed, and fellow land actually changed. And settlement area and population, most of the population started to migrate from that very places to another places. So conversion actually take place as a result of the massive land loss in the places of what is a high amount of land loss shown in Manikchok area, that is water body. In the medium land loss prone area, that was also mapped for Manikchok area, that was also found that maximum area converted into water body. And changes took place, negative changes actually took place in case of settlement vegetations. In case of what I say, low land loss moja, a little amount of conversion actually takes place to the what I say water body, and it actually basically converted into seasonal agricultural land. At the places of the mojas having low land loss in the Manikchok regions. So conversion of the land use, conversion or changes of the land use character actually quite common, and basic changes actually is being found into the transformations into water body and seasonal agricultural land. So fluvial geomorphology having greater possibilities to develop following things in future, that is, to manage rivers, high technology will be used as a part of fluvial geomorphology in futures. Related institutes would be developed for research and planning in future, considering the fluvial geomorphology. Various types of new discipline would be developed as water engineering dynamics following fluvial geomorphology. The river channels and drainage basin will be used more safely in future. Transportation system would be developed on the basis of fluvial geomorphology. Watershed management and planning would be related with the growth and development of the fluvial geomorphology. Flood controlling system would be strong based on the fluvial geomorphology. So all these possibilities actually may come into existence in near future corresponding the fluvial geomorphology. So I'm going to conclude. So geomorphological knowledge is of immense importance for the management of land and water resources of the earth. It is truly accepted. Knowledge of geomorphology helps to manage hazards such as floods, drought conditions, landslides, coastal erosions, climate change, induced sea level changes. So geomorphology, which is the major subdiscipline of geography, is an important subdiscipline of geomorphology and which is very much indispensable for land resource management. Thank you. So I make my apology because I could not show my PowerPoint. I am very, very sorry to all of you, to all the participants.
Thank you, sir,
So,
for your
really
valuable
sorry
time.
for inconvenience.
No, sir, no, sir. This is very. We are very thankful to you, sir, for a very busy schedule. You have given us time, and some one or two questions from our participants. Sir, one question is from Dr. Minmoy Mondol. He is asking that what are the main thrust area in plateau area research in future days? What are the main thrust area in plateau area in research in future days?
In which area?
Plateau area, plateau, Malbhumi, plateau, plateau area,
plateau regions.
Yes. Sir.
So whenever we are talking about the fluvial geomorphology, I will go for discussing about this very discipline or fluvial geomorphology, the process which operating over the earth surface. Say for example, it may be plateau area, it may be mountain area. This very discipline is very much important because without understanding the running water, without understanding these very processes, fluvial processes, we cannot go for what I say any kind of management and planning. And actually, the geomorphological knowledge, geomorphological what I say techniques are going to be what I say used everywhere for land and water resource management. So, in case of plateau area, geomorphological understanding and application of several techniques, that is GIS techniques and instruments, that is I have already mentioned.
Okay.
This is very much applicable for understanding and exploring the plateau area too.
Okay, sir. One question from Dr. Suman Singh. He is asking that what are the scope in research at watershed management, watershed applied geomorphology, watershed management in applied geomorphology.
So I have gone through the watershed management and planning would be related with the growth and development of the fluvial geomorphology. This is the greater scope. For the growth and development of the industries, for the growth of development of the urbanized area, at present the groundwater resources and groundwater resources, if you consider what I say, the drainage basins. So we have to manage the water. So drainage basin management.
Okay, sir.
It helps to what I say provide knowledge and idea for the development and expansion of the human settlement, and it can address the livelihood, vulnerability, and livelihood challenges.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving us time, and we are very thankful to you, sir, for giving us some enlightened speech in this webinar. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Sir.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay. Now I going to hand over the mic to Sri Pintu Mondol, faculty member, Department of Geography, Chatra Ramai Pandit College.
Sir, I am audible.
Yes, audible.
Thank you, Dr. Abhishek sir. Myself, Pintu Mondal, Faculty of Geography, Chatra Ramai Pandit Mahavidyalaya. I am going to introduce Professor Dr. A.R. Siddiqui. Today, the Department of Geography of Chatra Ramai Pandit Mahavidyalaya is thankful to sir to accept our invitation and to motivate all students, faculty members, policymakers across the India. Your high-level caliber in the domain in geography has always provided us to great scope to reaching the subject in new dimensions. Respected Professor Dr. A.R. Siddiqui is currently working as a professor and head of the department in geography, Allahabad University. Professor Siddiqui has a vast experience in academia, research, as well as educational administration. He has published so many journals in a reputed publishing house. He already completed several research projects. He actively participated and organized state, national, and international level seminars. He also invited as eminent speaker in many conferences, seminars, and symposiums. He has a vast and enriched expertise in various spheres of geography. He also visited many countries in the world for delivering his high-level speech and presentation. We are very pleased and lucky to get you in this webinar. We hope your highly motivated talk will enrich us. Over to you, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I
Yes,
audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to thank and congratulate organizer of this webinar for choosing this topic, geography and allied discipline, future scope and career opportunities. Really, this is very pertinent topic you have chosen. Then I would like to congratulate your organizing team for this topic. I would like to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Dev Narayan Bandyopadhyay ji for his inaugural speech. I would like to also thank to Professor Tarak Nath Roy, Principal CRPM, for inviting me and for giving me invitation to speak in front of you. I am very thankful and happy to see the name of very dynamic geographer and young minister of West Bengal state, Professor Shyamal Santra, whom I met in Bardhaman University during IGU conference. And very humble, very gentle and energetic geographer of West Bengal. I'm also happy to see gems of geography like Professor Bhagwan Singh Chaudhary, a dynamic administrator, dynamic registrar in the state of Haryana. Really, I am very delighted, and today his lecture was very powerful and valuable for us. I would like to thank especially to Dr. Abhishek Sahaji and Dr. Selina Felix, Dr. Shanti Priya Ghosh, and Dr. Sattar, Dr. Pintu Mandal, and many others. Today, I will speak on the topic future prospect of geography as a discipline. As we know, in India, there is near about 1,000 universities and 40,000 PG and UG colleges. And there are 45 central universities are in India. And there are many, more than 50,000 or you can say 1 lakh inter colleges, plus 2 colleges. And on these institutions and these colleges and higher education centers, 50% colleges are having geography as a subject. Then, keeping these views in mind, what would be the opportunities for the future generation of geography. Then I will discuss about the subject matter of geography, perception of geography among the geographers, and what is the dichotomy in the field of geography, what we are using, what is the status of our methodological base, whether we are using statistics or we are going towards the adaptation of geospatial technology. Generally, students are not aware about the scope, about institution, where they can get admission, where can they get training of geospatial technology, and what is the potential of geographical studies. So, keeping these views in mind, I have designed our presentation in order to draw your attention towards my presentation. Let me allow to present my PPT.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it visible?
Visible, sir. Visible, sir.
Okay. But the same problem here, like Professor Sujit Mandal. Okay. So, my topic is, as you have given, geography and allied discipline, future scope and career opportunities. I will discuss general issues in the geography, how you can make your career in this field. As you know, geography defined by Richard Harshon in the year 1959. Geography is concerned to provide accurate, orderly, and rational description and interpretation of the variable character of the Earth's surface. I'm not going to explain this definition, but many of our students are knowing that there are two major branches of geography, which includes all the dimensions of geography. Like physical geography includes geomorphology, climatology, oceanography, biogeography, plant species, information, animal kingdom, environmental geography, soil geography, and human geography includes economic geography, population geography, demographic studies, settlement geography, historical geography, political geography, social geography, resource geography, agricultural geography, and transport geography. But we all are not aware and what is the percentage of contributors in separate branch of knowledge of geography. Nobody can say how many percent of geographers are involved in the working researches in geomorphology. Nobody can say confidently how many geographers are engaged in working in the field of human geography. But it depends on the institution, it depends on the university. So you see, a different perception of geography. You know, if you take an history of 2000 years, there are different perception of geography. Geography as a description of the earth, geography as a description of interrelationship and interaction, geography as a description of regions and knowing complexities of regions, geography as a synthesizing science, geography as a description of spatial integration. Geography is an interdisciplinary science as mentioned by Professor Sujit Mandal also. Description of limitation of mathematical and statistical procedures, and description of behavioral aspects, and description of solving applied aspects. What is the need of immediate problem of the society? So geography provides a wide canvas among the geographers, and you can choose any perception, any type of your interest you can choose. So there are three things are important to learn. What is the philosophy of the subject of geography, and what is the subject matter of the geography as a discipline, and what are the methodological basis, how we are going to shift our technical knowledge from traditional to modern, as mentioned by Dr. B.S. Chaudhary Saab and Dr. Mandal, and he has given a very wonderful and valuable presentation on the use of geoinformatics and geospatial technology in geomorphology and water security. So we have to learn about the dichotomy. What are the main dichotomies in the aspect of development, and what are the main dichotomy on the barrier of the development prospects. So we have to learn about the philosophical base of geography, as we have already considered Earth as a home of man, and without knowing the dimension of diversities, it is not possible to learn geography. So we have to consider man is the central theme of geography, and Earth is home of man. Globe is home of man, as mentioned by many geographers. So, what is the subject of matter of geography? And geography, there is need to understand the linkages of geography with many disciplines, and there is need to learn about the methodological aspect of the geography. So there are many important things. What is the use of statistical techniques? Or we are expert of statistics or not? Or we are fully using geospatial technology or not? Whether the data of satellite data is available amongst the students or not? Many things we have to learn. And generally, we are involved in field observation and doing our work with qualitative method and quantitative techniques. So, what are the basis of geography? Why we consider I should be absorbed in any academic institution? We are having a lot of scope in different government institutions. First of all, you have to learn about the expertise in our traditional knowledge of geographical techniques. Like we are not using our traditional knowledge in the practice. So, or we are fully aware about the scales, or we are fully aware about the map projections, or we are fully aware about the surveying. There are many surveys in geography. Or we are expert prismatic compass method, theodolite method, total station, telescopic elidate, dumpy level, Indian clinometer, and there are many techniques in the geographical studies. Take an example of mapping of terrain spots. If you are capable enough to make your exercises and your practical, then you are able to get any opportunities. So first of all, we have to revisit our syllabus of undergraduate colleges and postgraduate colleges. Take an example of statistics. We are already using statistical techniques in our PhDs, our MPhils, dissertation. But are you aware what is the use of standard deviation? Why we are using correlation? Why we are using coefficient of correlation? Why linear regression you are chosen? And are you expert in the field of methodology? And why you are using rank correlation, factor analysis, sampling? Are you expert in the using sampling techniques? So there are many things we have to revisit. Why we are using Z-score, Carl Pearson, Spearman. These all issues are having very importance in the among the geography student. So there is another issue of knowing the scales of land use classification. We are simply downloading the data from the satellite website as downloaded data from GLCF and many other government agencies websites. So first of all, what is our requirement, and what type of study, what type topic we have chosen for research? Then you try to get the data, then you try to download your data. We all are not aware about the unit of study. Suppose if you are working in blocks, if you are working in village or districts or regional problem you have taken, every unit area have its own distinct characteristics. Then on the basis of scale, on the basis of unit area, you have to choose the remote sensing satellite drive data from the website. So we are not fully aware about watershed area, and what is the unit of watershed area, milli watershed area, micro watershed area, mini watershed area. Simply, we are allotting PhD topic to our student, and students are making downloading research paper related to their topic, but they are not knowing what would be the difficulties in choosing the micro area, what would be the difficulties in choosing meso area and macro area. So first of all, we require a fundamental knowledge of scaling. We require a fundamental knowledge of statistics and methodological basis in the field of geography. So this is very pertinent aspect. We have to know what is the potential of the subject. If we are choosing geography as a subject in our discipline, our career, then we have to know what is the research potential in geographical studies. Water resource management, how many government institutes are there, how many places you can select for your study, or how many department of government there is a scope for geography student. And now you see land resource management, what you know about land resource management, how many government agencies are there. You see there are many aspects: land evaluation, geomorphic processes and geomorphic hazards, disaster management, forestry and ecology, agriculture and soils, urban and regional planning dimension, population dynamics, atmospheric sciences, climate change, extreme weather events, oceanic modeling, ecology and environment, disaster management. These are not the topics. These topics are providing scope to do your researches. So first of all, after completing your PG, postgraduate, then you have to decide in which type of discipline, in which type of branch of knowledge of geographical studies you want to go. Then first of all, you are interested in human geography, then you can choose population dynamics. Population dynamics provides a lot of research potential in India and as well as in abroad also. If you are interested and inclined towards the human geography, another branch of geographical knowledge is urban and regional planning. There are many institutes are located in Ahmedabad, in Gujarat state, in Delhi also. What you know about that particular institute? First of all, you explore the Institute of Geographical Studies related to water resource management, related to land resource management, related to doing research in geomorphic processes, and related to doing research in geomorphic hazards, disaster management. Only you know about National Institute of Disaster Management. But there are many institutes in the state level also where you can join after postgraduate studies. So there are many institutes related to forestry and ecology, and forestry and ecology is not for only botany, not for only science students. You can also absorb in the Institute of Forestry and Ecology. There are many institutes related to atmospheric sciences, like in Kolkata University, University of Allahabad. There is a different, and there is a separate department, and where the many researchers are doing a quality research work. So you can do on oceanic modeling after doing your PG. You can explore how many institutes are in India located for doing researches in the field of oceanic modeling. So there are many advanced institutes are there, but you have to explore yourself how you are going to explore these institutes, and what is your interest. If you are preparing for civil services examination, then your approach and direction is different. If you are having and inclined towards the research, then your direction of choosing topic, theme, and institute, and your interest would be different. Like, take an example of if you are working in the field of hydrology, as mentioned by Professor Chaudhary, there are many scope. You can do in advanced topic of researches in the field of hydrology, and management also aspects are also having a very good research potential. If you have chosen your topic for PhD in watershed management, and you can publish you can publish many papers in internationally well-recognized journals. There is a lot of scope in publication also. management of water resources, and you are having a good scope to have big project from the government agencies on water harvesting, water pollution related researches, and if you are interested in doing in the flood modeling, then you have good potential to apply for big projects from the DST and from other government agencies. So there is a lot of scope in the researches and getting job in the Institute of Drought Monitoring and Assessment. So in every state there is a department from the government. So first of all, you have to think how you are going to change your direction of interest in doing researches in the field of geography. So many aspects are in the field of hydrology. If you are interested to do work in the groundwater flow rate, estimation of groundwater flow direction, and groundwater regional flow pattern, appearances of groundwater spring, hot springs, seepages, glaciers, artesian wells. So, a lot of avenues and a lot of scopes are there, but you have to think in a very modern way, and you have to download latest research papers which have been published by Indian scholars and foreign geographers, and you will get the direction. And don't go towards the traditional topic and towards the traditional PhD thesis. I would like to recommend download the many modern work after 1990, after 2000. You will get direction to do to choose your topic. And I have mentioned in the last webinar in the West Bengal also, and now you try to adopt the geoinformation science as mentioned by Professor Chaudhary instead of geographical information system. And you see the beauty of four term: data, technology, application, and people. Data is freely available, and you can get data from different government agencies. Like you mentioned by Professor Chaudhary, one is providing to do researches on PhD level. If you are working for your PhD, there is no problem of data. At every level you can download the data. And technology is very important thing. But for geospatial technology learner, it is important every time. Suppose you have done your PG diploma or MSc in geoinformatics from Ranchi or from Indian Institute of Remote Sensing or from NRSC or any other institute of geospatial technology, then we have to update every day to day. There is a different software, there is a different open software. So our interest should be inclined towards learning geospatial technology. Every day there is a new change and application where you are going to apply data and where you are going to apply geospatial technology and where you are going to apply the statistical technique, and for which problem you are going to design your sampling, or for which type of problem you are going to make your questionnaire. These three things are very important. And fourth one is very important: who is going to do it? If you are having knowledge of geography, then you can better, you can do better. If you are having wide exposure, and if you are having the knowledge of geography, human geography, physical geography, climate geography, then you have a wide dimension to catch all type of information from the ground. So geographer, it is very necessary to adopt the technology. If you are working, if you are going to choose your career in the field of academics, then it is very necessary to you incorporate technology in your career. So there are many, you see, very short history of invention of our GIS software. And you take an example of first time you have been able to get the data from IRS in the year 1972. After 1995, it is possible to get some ArcGIS and powerful geospatial tools like ArcGIS. Ilvis is very powerful tool and developed by ITC Netherlands, integrated land and water information system. Earlier it was costly. You have to pay 5,000, but now it is free. You can take an example of another image processing software, ADAS imaging, Geomedia, and many other ArcView, many other softwares are there. Maxent. So you can download several free software data also, free software also to process your problem, to process your data. So we are not having basic information related to soil surveying. In every university, you see the syllabus of the universities, but the part of surveying is not very strong. The part of surveying needs to make more interesting, and we have to make our study with the help of survey. Basic of surveying we are generally not knowing and not using the surveying techniques also. We are not clear about the first order surveying, second order surveying, third order surveying, and fourth order surveying. And what would be the scale for first order, second order, third order, and fourth order? So every important aspect related with the surveying, every important aspect related with the downloading data, and every important aspect related with the choosing our topic, it is very necessary for the geographer. So you see here, and what is the role of technology in characterization of micro-morphogenetic vulnerabilities, and what would be the role of technology in identifying resource potential areas, what would be the role of technology in identifying the need of population and infrastructure development planning, what would be the role of technology in urban and regional planning studies, what would be the role of technology in mapping and monitoring of national natural resource monitoring. If there is a need and requirement of technology in these disciplines, then there is a wide scope for geographer to absorb in these institutions, in these government offices, in these government agencies. You see what is the scope of a geographer. We are not knowing about the data sources. We are doing our researches, submitting our project and dissertation, submitting our PhD also, but we are not aware about the data sources from where we can get data. There are many websites. Take an example of Google Maps, Bing Maps, OpenStreetMap, Wikimapia, ISRO Bhuvan portal, Indian NSDI metadata catalog, Biodiversity Information System, India Water Resource Information Network, IWRIN. A lot of scientists are working in making the village information system, NIC, GIS village information tagging, and you can get data from Pacific Disaster Center information related to natural hazard warning. You can get data from Global Flood Monitoring Detection System. You can get data from fire information for resource management, forest data. You can download data related to forest fire from Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, Dehradun also. There are many data related to NOAA. You can get MODIS data. You can get data on the basis of socioeconomic profile. You can get data from CDEC. So, our UG and PG students are not knowing about the important institutions of Government of India. Many our students are not knowing about the Department of International Institute of Population Studies and about the Indian Institute of Remote Sensing. How many departments are in Indian Institute of Remote Sensing? And there are agriculture and soil department, there is urban and human and settlement department, geoinformatics department, and forestry ecology department, geoscience department. So we all are not having much information about geographical institute and universities and institutions. And now you see National Remote Sensing Center is a school of urban planning, architecture. You can go in humanities department of IITs also. Many of our students are doing PhD in Kharagpur. Many of our students are doing PhD in IIT Mumbai. You have to explore what would be the opportunities in National Institute of Disaster Management. What would be the avenues and opportunities for a geographer in Central Arid Zone Research Institute after completing his PhD or doctoral work or any other professional degree. So there are a lot of work in lot of scope in Indian Agricultural Research Institute, a lot of scope in Indian Meteorological Department, NATMO, and Department of Census, DST, CST, and Tourism. And tourism has good potential to absorb our geographers. Now you see, there are many institutions. Have you heard the name of Center for Climate Change Research, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, which is located in Pune, Maharashtra, and famous for climate change? Have you heard the name of Center for Climate and Environmental Studies, which is located in Kolkata, famous for climate change and environmental studies? So these institutions are having good scope to absorb the geographers. There are another Center of Climate Change located in Bangalore, IISC. Another is very famous institute, Tyndall Center for Climate Change Research, located in United Kingdom, and Cardiff University, famous for climate change. After doing your MA, after doing your PhD and MPhil dissertation, you can write to any professor in foreign universities, and you can get opportunities to join as a PhD student, to join as a PDF student. So you have to explore yourself. Have you heard the name of Center for Ocean and Coastal Studies, University of Madras, and very famous for ocean and coastal studies? Have you gone? Have you searched any time Center for Atmospheric and Ocean Studies, University of Allahabad, which is known as the K. Banerjee Institute of Atmospheric Sciences, K. Banerjee Institute of Atmospheric Sciences, and very famous Professor Avinash Chandra Pandey is there, Professor Sunit Dwivedi is there, Dr. Shailen Rai is working very good work. So there are many other institutes. Center for Atmospheric and Oceanic Sciences, CAOS, Indian Institute of Science, located in Bangalore, and very famous for doing work on the field of aerosols, measurement, and meteorological aspects. And there are many other institutes like National Center for Coastal Researches, which is located in Chennai, and famous for coastal studies. Many other institutes like FRI, you can explore your career in FRI also, which is located in Dehradun. Center for International Forestry Research, located in Indonesia, Bogor, and you can write to an email to any professor to join that university, and you'll get full information. There is another center of international repute, Ontario Forest Research Institute, located in Canada, for famous for forest related studies. And there is a very old institution in India, Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology. If you are working related to climate and tectonics, fluid system, hydrogeology, remote sensing and GIS application, geothermal studies. So there are many important center where you can get chance to do work. You see here, one of the famous institute is located in Colorado, that is Mountain Studies Institute. If you are interested to do work in the mountain studies, then you can write to any professor there. But you have to explore. There is a very famous institute related to desert-related studies. If you are interested to working in the desertification aspect, then you can write to Jacob Blastin Institute for Desert Research in Negev, Israel. In India, a very famous institute, Central Arid Zone Research Institute, located in Jodhpur, Rajasthan. If you are interested in doing work in the field of desertification, agriculture-related research, crop monitoring, and other disciplines, then you can, after doing your PhD, after getting NET, National Eligibility Testing from Agricultural Research Services, you can join as a scientist there. There are many other institutes like Indian Institute of Soil Science, IISS, Bhopal, located in Bhopal, and related for soil-related study, NBSS in Nagpur, water resource development and management located in IIT Roorkee. Many of our friends from West Bengal have completed their MSc from Indian Institute of Remote Sensing GIS, Dehradun. Have got opportunity to join PDF as a PDF in IIT Roorkee, and have done a very commendable work in the field of hydrogeology. So you can do work on groundwater development related and water harvesting related and watershed management related studies in IIT Roorkee also. But you have to explore yourself. There is another University of Missouri, located in Colombia, and very famous for natural and water resource study. And University of Cambridge Conservation Researches, located in England, for conservation related study. Center for the Study of Regional Development, CSRD. There are many departments related to economics, geography, population studies, as mentioned by Abhishek Saha, to give your lecture on social related researches in India, where we can join as a researcher in the field of social and economic geography. So there are three important centers. International Institute of Population Studies, located in Deonar in Mumbai. Another important center for regional planning in JNU also. CSRD in JNU also you can. Opt geography as a subject in your optional as an optional paper, then it will help you. In every aspect, in writing essays, in the examination of Union Public Service Commission, geography helps and drive data in geographical studies and researches. And what is the role of surveying? What is the role of cartography? What is the role of statistics? What is the role of computer-aided cartography? And we have to look at opportunities to get the certificate and diploma courses related to these above mentioned topic. So this is the beauty of remote sensing. You can acquire the data from the ground. You can do your data on the basis of your topic provided by your guide or provided by your employer. So this is the beauty of GIS and satellite drive data, and they provide data, and every band of sensor acquire the knowledge from the ground. So I'm not going to explain about the beauty of GIS or satellite data, but you can download data on the basis of your requirement from micro level to macro level. Take an example of village, mandal level, district level, state level, national level. Every data is possible, and this is the beauty of GIS. You can make several legends in the geography. Earlier it was not possible, and on the basis of time, you can do modeling also. Take an example of, I have submitted this project to Dehradun, and take an example of, suppose you are doing modeling on climate change. If after 30 years or 40 years or in the year 2070, there is an increase of 0.5 degree Celsius, what would be the change? So this is the beauty of free software. As I have used Maxon software, the modeling of plant species in the Nepal Himalaya. Take an example of Nepal Himalaya, and this is the I have mentioned the source of the data, www.gbif.org, Global Biodiversity Information Facility, bioclimatic variables, and using Maxent. There are, I've taken 19 bioclimatic variables. So for every region of the world, for every area of the world, there is a data, and every condition, climatic condition, you can download the data. So take an example of species mapping. You see there are different types of layer. If you are interested to download the data of annual mean temperature or mean diurnal range, or you are interested to download the data maximum temperature of warmest month, minimum temperature of the coldest month, mean temperature of wettest quarter. Every data is available. Every species of the plant information, basic information of the plant is available there. So after application of geoinformatics and powerful software, you can do your work so early, and this is very not very costly also. And likewise, you can do your modeling work, and you can predict what would be the change after 20 years, after 50 years, after 75 years. So this is the beauty of the GIS. Many work you can do, and there are many derivations related to vegetation indices, related to forest fire modeling. Everything you can download and you can apply, and by downloading data on Modis and Aster, every data, every derivation is there. But you have to explore yourself what you want to do. If you are working on fire risk model, then PST data is there, DFI, MNDFI, every data is available, and you can do your work better. So lot of opportunities for geographer, and you have to explore geography, and you have to explore yourself. You have explore the subject matter of geography. You have to explore the philosophy of geography. You have to explore the traditional knowledge of the geography. And after exploring all these aspects, and you have to explore yourself. वो कहते हैं कि कौन कहता है कि आसमान में सुराख नहीं हो सकता, एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यारो। तो अगर आपके अंदर ख्वाहिशें हैं, जज्बात हैं, कुछ करने की ललक है, तो ज्योग्राफी में बहुत कुछ है। अपने आप को अपडेट कीजिए, अपने इंटरेस्ट को पैदा कीजिए, अपने सिलेबस को अपडेट कीजिए। टेक्नोलॉजी जहां से मिले वो ले जाइए, उसको हमेशा अपडेट करते रह जाइए। मुझे नहीं लगता है कि ज्योग्राफी में काम करने का स्कोप नहीं है। Thank you for giving me an opportunity. I was too fast because there were more than 50 slides. Then I was in hurry. I'm sorry for that. And thank you very much, Abhishek, for giving me an opportunity to learn from distinguished speaker from your platform. And I am very thankful. And I must congratulate for organizing this webinar. Thank you very much.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for informative and enlightening speech. We cannot take no question for shortage of time. Now,
Yes,
it's
sir.
time to introduce Dr. Professor Suman Pal.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Professor Suman Pal, for this, hand over the microphone to Biswajit Ghosh, the Department of Geography, Chatra Ramai Pandit Mahavidyalaya. Over to you, sir. Sir?
Yeah, I'm here.
Biswajit Babu. Hello? Hello?
Sir,
Thank you, sir,
you
for...
are audible, sir.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. Abhijit, thank
Carry
you.
on, carry on.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Thank you, Pinti Mondal. And also thanks, Professor Siddiqui, sir. I, Sri Biswajit Ghosh, the faculty member of Department of Geography of Chatra Ramai Pandit Mahavidyalaya. Now, I am introducing Professor Dr. Suman Pal. Today, the Department of Geography, Chatra Ramai Pandit Mahavidyalaya is thankful to Professor Suman Pal to accept our invitation. His high-level caliber in the domain in urban geography has always provided us a great scope to reaching the subject in new dimensions. It is our immense pleasure to introduce such a person to motivate all students, faculty members, and policymakers of India. Respected Professor Dr. Suman Pal is currently working as a professor and head of the Department of Geography, Sidhukarma University, Purulia. Professor Paul has a vast experience in academia, research, as well as educational administration. He served as faculty member in different government colleges as WBES since last 2 decades. He has published so many journals in Repute Publishing House. He already completed several research projects. He actively participated and organized state, national, and international level seminars and invited as eminent speakers in many conference, seminars, and symposiums. He has vast and enriched expertise in various spheres of geography. We are very pleased and lucky to have him in this webinar. We hope his highly motivated utterance will enrich us. We all would like to see him in front of microphone. Over to you. Sir, please.
Thank you. Today, I will not discuss anything about urban geography. Okay, first of all. And my heartiest gratitude to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Bankura University, Principal Chatra Ramai Pandit Mahavidyalaya, Department of Geography, Abhishek, and all the faculty members of the college IQAC members, and the senior professors who have joined in this seminar. In this pandemic situation, we have need through this kind of platform to interchange our research thoughts. So without taking much time, I'm straight going to my presentation. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes,
am
sir.
I audible? No? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes,
so straightway, I'm going to my presentation.
Okay, sir.
Already,
Okay, sir.
already
Please,
it is
sir.
half an hour late already.
Please, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir.
It is visible.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Visual, sir. Visual.
Okay. Now, today the topic of discussion is the assessment of multi-hazard risk in coastal West Bengal, India, amidst pandemic. It is the one of the project we have from DST. Whatever my earlier teacher presenter has been told already, that the several the types of institute who gave the projects for the research continue. So this is the ongoing project coming from DST West Bengal Biotechnology and Department of Science and Technology. So we are doing this project with the help of economics department. This is a multidisciplinary approach. Now first, I'm going to the rationale of the study. The links between the vulnerability assessment and the policy development are extremely weak right now, as most assessments are undertaken at national, regional, and global levels, which have limited relevance to the sub-national level, that is micro level, maybe village level. Decision makers in effective communication between the different stakeholders relating to the phase of the disaster risk reduction cycle was identified as one of the main factors contributing to the vulnerability. Basically, following are the concerned area where we have taken the research for the consideration. So increased hazard awareness and knowledge among the villagers, improve early warning system and evacuation procedures, improve communication and cooperation among the dwellers, integrate disaster risk reduction into sustainable development strategies. Now, what is the multi-hazard concept? Within 100 kilometers of coastal areas, 23% of world population live with multiple hazards, such dynamic part in the Earth's surface. is the most sensitive part because they have faced several type of hazards. When a tropical cyclone occurs, it induced several types of hazards as well, like gusty winds induced storm surge, which can damage or break the embankment of the coastal area. Then the intrusion of saline water is inevitable. After that, the waterlogging and inundation take place within that particular area. And the erosion and accretion is the regular phenomena in this area. So, for that reason, we have selected the study area as a Kagdip subdivision, the villages, nearly 202 villages in this total area. We have taken nearly 202 villages and 54 number of Gram Panchayats are there. This is the southernmost part of South West Bengal district. Perennial river like Hugli, Gaptola, Murigonga, here you can see the rivers and the channels. There are several tidal channels are associated in this region, which are very much constantly hampering the livelihood with the breaking of embankment, salinization process, and these kind of hazards make the area more vulnerable with the tropical cyclone. Now, these are the objectives we have to study in this lecture. Now, first of all, trend and speciality of tropical cyclones in Bay of Bengal basin during 1990 to 2020. Up to June 2020, that means up to June, analyze the pattern of multi-hazards in coastal West Bengal area, determine the demographic and socioeconomic backwardness of the area. The using of PCA here determine the nature of backwardness. Further, the area has divided into several classes because policy planning we have to take the policy planning. We not only develop what are the area is most vulnerable, what are the area is less vulnerable, but we have to make the policy planning. For that reason, we have done several classes for that reason. A typical case study, because everything is not possible to give here in this platform due to shortage of time. So we have I have select one particular village from the whole area. Now, this is the objective one, the seasonal variation of tropical cyclone. This figure showing the genesis of cyclone in different time. This is pre-monsoonal time. This is the monsoon period, and this is the post-monsoon period. And this is as a whole the genesis of cyclone in Bay of Bengal basin. Now, if we consider the genesis, it gives a clear idea that this particular part near the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, this part is very much concentrated with several number of major cyclones happened during 1970 to 2020. The concentration index nearly 15%, more than 15% located in these two places. And if we consider the Andaman and Nicobar Island, this particular part is considered nearly 27% of the major cyclones of the area, 27%, and the number is 36. So this is the genesis. This figure shows the genesis from where the cyclone is originating. Now come to the next slide. These are the most severe cyclones during last 30 years. We have mapped here the track of the cyclones with the help of several reports, government reports, and IMD reports. Now, here, this is the scenario when the Amphan took place. In the right-hand side, extreme right-hand side, you look at this picture. This is the warm ocean situation in the month of May, this year 2020, when we are severely affected. Not only we, the whole world is severely affected with pandemic, COVID-19. We all are in our house. The lockdown process is entirely in the India. And this particular time, we the fact of the livelihood of the region. Next, this is the nature of cyclonic events. From super cyclone to depression in the different years from 1970 to 2020. So that is 2000, due to 2020 June we have taken. So the bar is showing lowering because we have another post monsoonal season, that is October, November. So it may become high and it is constantly increasing. If you consider this area is constantly increasing in nature. The cyclonic event is constantly increasing. Now, with the help of the tracks, we have mapped the aerial exposure of tropical cyclone in Kagri subdivision. In the villages, these are the aerial exposure. The villages have severely affected with the cyclones categorized under 5 concentration index, that is very high to very low. Now, if we consider the cyclone, it make several type of hazards. When the intensity and number of cyclones is increased during the last decade, with the heavy gusty winds having the storm surge nearly 5 to 6 meter, it damaged the embankment and breaching is occurred. Now, when the embankment is breaching and embankment is damaging the other embankment, due to that kind of scenario, the saline water is coming from the sea to the villages, and now waterlogging and inundation take place. So this is the storm surge and tidal surge map having the 5 category. So embankment vulnerability, this map showing the embankment scenario of Kagri subdivision as well as the vulnerable embankment and embankment breach. Now this is the salinity map. This map has been done after ILA happened. The scenario of salinity in the village is found. This is the net erosion and accretion. This area is a natural process, having found that erosion and accretion in the coastal block of West Bengal. Few islands like Lochara, Bedford, these islands are already vanished. This part is already vanished. So these are the areas is very much vulnerable for erosion. So erosion and accretion wise map has been done. So which villages are very much vulnerable to erosion and which areas are having accretion. So the white portion of the white portion, that is these villages have no net erosion or accretion because they are the inland villages. Now this is the inundation situation when the Amphan and as well as Ayla took place. The entire area is very much inundated with the storm water, with the cyclonic effect during Ayla 2009 as well as 2020. These are the images taken from IRS. Now, if we consider the inundation at village level, these show these villages having the inundation situation if 2 meter water exceed. Now, this is the 3 meter, this is the 4 meter, and this is the 5 meter. The situation is very much worsening and alarming because sea level is constantly rising. The area is very much vulnerable for the exposure to inundation at village level. On the basis of this and having the score value of hazards, with the help of AHP index, we have formulated that the village level hazard risk. So these multiple hazards have been evaluated and then it has been mapped, and it is showing that this area, the coastal area, most of the coastal areas coastal villages are very much vulnerable to several types of hazards, which has to be considered further. Now, when we considering the multiple hazards, inevitably it is come what are the situation of demographic and socio-economic aspects of the villages, of the villagers they have found. We here evaluate the demographic and socio-economic backwardness, having the components of demography, built environment, education, economy, asset. These are the components are taken for the study of the backwardness, and the variables are listed here. So, after consideration this thing, we have found the total number of 17, likely 17 variables are very much making important role for such kind of backwardness in the coastal areas. Now, if we consider, if we grouping the variables, this group 1 variable coming dependency and literacy, group 2 that is quality of life, Group 3 working structure pattern, Group 4 household basic amenities, and Group 5 women, which has been considered from the earlier rotated component matrix. Now, after having this, we are going for village level demographic and socioeconomic backwardness. So, this particular area is showing what are the situation of the villages in the coastal region in respect of socioeconomic backwardness. Having this two value, we have categorized the whole area into nine different aspects. That is having high hazard index, high backwardness, that is HH, high hazard index, having moderate backwardness, that is HM. It has been colored like this way, and this 9 category of villages in the study area has been situation of these the items, the variables are like this. These are the vulnerable aspects that the households in high having 16,000. High to moderate, that is 45,000. The main part has come from moderate to moderate, that is 89,000 households. Nearly 350,000 plus population are exposed to moderate kind of hazard and backwardness situation. So these are the variables showing the nature of the whole area in respect of hazard and backwardness index. Now we have mapped this thing in this category. Now, as it is, I have already mentioned that this is a part of our ongoing project. That is the first year. This project is running. That is first year DST under DST and BT, that biotechnology from government of West Bengal. This we have to work on the primary level survey also. So we have select 25 villages, 8 villages from high category, 4 villages that is here, high to moderate, that is 4 villages, moderate to high from 4 villages. So these are the areas, these are the villages we have considered for sample survey, and it has been distributed overall, having the geographical location into the consideration, as well as the villages are, most of the villages are either from coastal village, either or from the tidal channel villages, and near the mangroves also have been considered for the present study, for the primary service study. Now, if we consider that is this village, if we consider this village number 5, that is Ishwaripur, located in Namkhana, and it is lying like with the inland, but along the coastal, along the tidal channels, as well as it is just side of a mangrove forest. Now, this is the situation of Ishwaripur village. This is the Ishwaripur village. Here, the multi-purpose cyclone shelter is one, but this village have no metal road actually. This the nearest point is, and the nearest road is nearly 5 to 6, 4.5 to 5 kilometer distance from this from that particular northern part of this village. Now we have considered, because the HB index is high, that hazard index is 4.02, backwardness index is 1.12. So I have just give an example to the viewers, to the body, because it can be it will be applied for all the 25 villages, but due to shortage of time I am just making a point of one particular village having high index value, that is hazard high and backwardness high. Now the situation, that is total household is 357, the surveyed household has been 74, and it is determined by the sample size. And the livelihood groups, the livelihood groups here, from cultivators and agricultural laborers, we have taken 22 sample survey, fishermen 18, casual labor 29, and here the casual labor are very high in this village, and the business and jobs are 5. So these are this is the scenario of as a whole. Now, if we consider the status of agricultural land pre and post Ayla cyclone, here we can found that is here that this image is showing the after situation of cyclone Ayla, and this is the pre-cyclone situation. Here we can easily found that the vegetated area or the green cover area in the villages, in the Ishwaripur village. It is located here. This map, this particular area is here. Now, this area become heavy saline after post-cyclone era. And it has been confirmed with the help of villagers when we study there, when we go for primary survey. The same thing occurred in the extreme southern portion of the village. That is, here you can see the vegetation or the agricultural crops. Somehow, this portion has been very much salinized, and the next year there was no such agricultural activities. Now, if we consider in the extreme northern part, here is the mangrove in 2009. But in case of 2019, a lot of mangrove washed out, and pisciculture activity, fish farm activity is constantly took place. So this is one of the vulnerable part of the area, of the Sundarban area, that the mangroves are constantly, or the agricultural area constantly converted into the fish farm area, which is very much problematic for the regional balance, sustainable development, or to mitigate the hazard, because inundation is inevitable in this kind of situation, because mangrove make a clear protection in this village, but this has been already diminished, or it has already been cut out right now. Now, if we consider the exposure index, here is the nature, the area nearly after the survey, we have found the nearly 37, last 30 years, 37 cyclonic hazard has been found by the villages. Erosion and accretion, this rate, tidal storm surge, they face nearly 3.5 meter, and the embankment is very much vulnerable. This place is very much vulnerable, the embankment. Due to lack of time, I am not going to show the vulnerable embankment which are located in the villages. But this is the scenario. 4/5 of the embankment are very much vulnerable. Now, the salination is considered. 25% of the arable land is very much salinized. Inundation is going on. 32.4% land has been inundated during 3 to 5 meter storm. Now, if the consider social vulnerability of Ishwaripur village, it is coming 0.622. The value comes from socio-demographic profile, livelihood strategies. These are the components, and there are the several items, several variables are there, and the overall score has been considered as 0.622. If we consider that, now come the policy planning approach. Now, it is located here. The Ishwaripur village is located here. If we consider the socioeconomic vulnerability in y-axis having 0 to 1 value, and the risk assessment having 0 to 5 value, because we have taken 5 optimum level. It is positioned in this third quadrant. It is greatest challenge and urgency to act, because there is the challenge of multi-hazards, as well as they are very much backward in case of different aspects. So, if 25 villages has been considered, we can easily depict what are the challenges of each villages, which can mitigate the problem or which can help for the policy planning in the regional aspect of sustainable development. But because we already face that, like 2019 Foni, Bulbul, and here 2020 Amphan, such kind of devastating cyclones, such kind of cyclones is constantly rising. The intensification is constantly rising day by day, and it is already proved that day by day the intensity of cyclone is making more vulnerable for the region. So when the intensity is going on, then the breaching of embankment is inevitable. The cyclonic storm is going on. So we have to protect, we have to give some policy planning for the people of their sustaining livelihood pattern, because they are living there. And during this pandemic, the situation become more worse when the challenges is land erosion is moderate to high. That particular village facing the land erosion, which is very much moderate to high. Now, the salinization, if we consider the salinization effect, when the storm surge high found nearly 4 meter, area is highly exposed to severe cyclone, mostly earthen embankment, which have been breached several times during last 10 years. We have mapped that thing. no metal road within the village. That is very much problematic for the communication system. If we the area is very much inundated, then no one going to outskirts from the outside from the villages coming. No PHC, bank, high school are located within the villages. Only 3 self-help group are operating. 100 days work in progress is very low. So these are the challenges or these are the constraints of that particular village. Now, these are the pandemic situation. This is the scenario of Amphan when hit during May. The situation, this picture shows the situation when the pandemic is going on. So here in the right hand side, extreme lower part, there is no social distancing. So we have to stay there, and for the better future, we have to propose some good ideas. Now, in the seminar or the webinar is considering the topic. Here, I propose as a field from the geography end, I propose that one thing this must be included by Dr. Professor Chatra, who is the Minister of State in Panchayat also. So he can take this kind of approach for to protect vulnerability or the protection of the livelihood. Now I am supposed to propose that the technical assistant in each block of West Bengal having well knowledge in RSGIS, DGPS and drone mapping to tackle such kind of hazardous event, because we have already found there are a lot of problem issue is going on with the help coming from the government end. So one is not getting such kind of help. So if we having the drone mapping for the particular area, so we can easily depict what are the regions are very much affected with such kind of hazards. So a technical assistant post there must be in each and every block who can calculate and who can formulate the formula to save or to mitigate the livelihood situation. And block level database analysis by which a researcher can get all the data regarding the flagship programs running by the government. Government is going having a different kind of flagship programs. If a block level database analyst is there, we can easily go for such kind of data for research purpose, for the student, for the researcher, for us also. Now, I am very much acknowledged to Government of West Bengal, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology for giving us this project. And here I must acknowledge Professor Subhashish Bhattacharya. Sorry, is it show করছে? Professor Subhashish Bhattacharya, because he is one of the member of this project team, and overall I am very much acknowledge my gratitude to my students, those who have done enormous job like Manos Mondol, like Anupam Vishal, Subroto Haldar. They have done a lot of quantification and helped me to ready the maps which I have shown in this webinar. So once again, thank you, Abhishek, for giving me a chance to share all this situation. So if there is any hopeful ideas to develop such kind of thing, such kind of research, I'm expecting that thing from the participants.
Thank you, sir. We are much more enlightened and thankful to you, sir. And absolutely, sir, surely, sir, I will analyze the issues that you mentioned in this webinar to our respected President, GB. Yes, sir, absolutely, sir. I will analyze
that is one of the motto of the geography teachers, because we have to give some ideas about the next job. You know, there is limited school and colleges. So if there is any chance from administrative end, so our students will be helpful and go for further study.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir. So now there are some few questions.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your delivering your valuable speech. Now we are going to question answer session.
Yeah.
There are some questions in the chat box.
but we are already late. So, to maintain the proper time band with me, should discuss one select question.
One
The-
thing, acha, okay, Bishwajit, tell.
One question. The question is from Dr. Sneha Sen.
Yeah.
Dr. Sen is asking that which kinds of statistical or GIS software based knowledge and technology is need for disaster management based research or study.
No, it is, Dr. Shen, it is not a particular statistical approach, you know. Here we have applied AHP because every hazard is not going to make the similar kind of problem for the region. So here we have applied AHP, that is analytical hierarchical modeling, with the help of focus group discussion and the villagers. On the response, we have developed the AHP, one thing. And another thing, when we consider the socioeconomic backwardness, here we have done PCA. Because PCA, first of all, PCA, I have missed one thing. The Prongback's alpha is also done to eliminate the total number of variables. There are nearly 50 variables. First of all, we have done Prongback's alpha. So Cronbach alpha give you a clear picture which are the responsible factors you can take for determining such kind of socio-economic backwardness. After that, we have go for PCA. Now PCA from the 25 variables, it has come only 17 variables which are very much responsible and interlinked for such kind of study, that is socio-economic backwardness. So there is a lot of things. When you consider this kind of research, you have to think holistically, and several software, several techniques you have to consider for the better result, better policy planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bishwajit, if any question is there, you can mail me. So I can write down that thing and go for chat box, and they can see the whole thing. Those who are giving the questions. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you once again.
Thank you once again. Now we are going to hand over the microphone over the Professor Lady Mukherjee, Department of English of Chatra Ramai Pandit Mahavidyalaya. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Visharita. It is a great honor for me to introduce our next speaker, whose profound knowledge in the domain of geography has always provided us with a scope to rethink the subject in new dimensions. Dr. Lakshminarayan Chatpathy, our next speaker, is currently chaired as the Director, UGC Human Resource Development Center, University of Calcutta, and working as a professor in geography, Calcutta University. Professor Chatpathy has a vast experience in academia research as well as in educational administration. He has published innumerable journals from reputed publishing houses and completed many research projects. He has actively participated in and organized many state, national, and international level seminars and has been invited as an eminent speaker in many seminars, conferences, and symposiums. His expertise in different spheres of geography, such as climatology, morphology, hydrology, quantitative geography, is unparalleled. The Department of Geography of Ramai Pandit Mahavidyalaya is highly privileged to have him today as our speaker. Thank you, and over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think I am audible. I'm not going to present any PowerPoint.
Yes, sir, audible.
Yeah. So my topic of discussion is technical analysis in geography, whether it is a boon or bane. So let us first try to figure out what is the nature of geography and why geography as a discipline was developed. If you go by the history of development of geography, then you can understand that in London University, it was earlier not there. So the Royal Geographical Society came up, and also the National Geographic. They advocated that some type of disciplines should be introduced in the university system where that can bridge the physical sciences and also the human sciences. So geography came with the amalgamation of anthropology and some of the subjects and geology. Geologists were earlier very much reluctant and they resisted. So geography from the very beginning faced some challenges and then to be identified among the other disciplines. So geography tried to become science and to some extent social science. So this crisis, this is still going on. So since the history of its development, whether it should be clubbed in the science group or social science group, so the same crisis, same debate, same contesting discussions are going on. And the two sides of the geographers, those having their expertise in the social issues, the philosophical aspects, the thoughts, and various isms, they think that geography should be treated as a social science. And the other group having profound skills in the science subjects like say mathematics. Mathematics, although I consider it as a language of fundamental sciences or the natural sciences like physics, chemistry, and all that. So the geographers having some exposure and expertise to these physical sciences and the language of mathematics and statistics, they prefer to make it science. Now, this dichotomy is still there, and I just want to share with you. I know that almost all of you have gone through the book by David Harvey, Explanations in Geography. Go through the preface chapters. Forget about the rest. There he has candidly confessed that he tried to incorporate lots of equations and the various types of models of the physical sciences to incorporate them in human sciences, so human geography, explaining the human nature of interrelationships. So he tried it, and then he found that many of the human relations that cannot be explained properly with the technical sides of various types of physical models. Rather, this is very good explanations can be done with the help of some of the thoughts that the underlying isms, those are playing in the society, the power games, and various types of manipulations, social engineering, and all that that is going on. So he discarded all these ideas of physical aspects, so mathematical models and all that. So he tried then to explain geography in terms of its human aspects. Now, if you see what is geography then? Basically, geography, to be a geography, there must have some space and a time frame. So spatial frames, it can be the earth itself, the global scale, whether it is the round earth or the flat earth. And at the same time, there must have the people. So people at one side, they have their own environment, they have their own built up issues, their institutions and everything. And on the other side, the natural environment, that is very much the attribute, those are the attributes of the flat earth or round earth. So these are the two sides. Now, we cannot change the very fundamental of the definition that it is the interrelationships between the natural variables and the human variables. Now the question comes that how to fit our technical analysis, because everything is scale dependent and scales are to explain with some reference. So reference points, suppose if we take into account the temporal scales can be since the beginning of the earth to every moment, every second. Then you see the weathers, they change every second, minute or season and all that. And that also changed over the times of geological history. So what is the time frame that we are interested in? So in a larger time frame, the smaller time frames are just noises. Similarly, if we try to consider the spatial scales or spatial frame of scales, then the smaller areas in a larger perspective, they are just noise. I can give one example that if I say that Himalaya, what is the character of the terrain? If I consider the Himalaya as a whole, then definitely its relative relief is higher. But if I consider the very small part of Himalaya of 10 meter by 10 meter, then it will be absolutely flat and you cannot see any difference between absolutely plain area and the Himalayan area. So now comes this technical analysis part. You know, this technical analysis is not new in geography. So after the Second World War, with the quantitative revolution, a lot of issues, the techniques were incorporated from physics, from mathematics, from statistics, and quantitative revolution was there in geography. But that failed, or maybe though that came to backseat, and the other approaches like this welfare approach, behavioral approach, then some of the postmodernism, post-postmodernism, feminism, those isms came. So these two things they are interwoven and at the same time they are running parallelly. Sometimes some emphasis is on somewhere and sometimes in the elsewhere. So earlier cartographic techniques, those were the technical analysis. So data, those were used and analyzed with some statistical techniques and represented through cartograms and cartographic the maps and all that. So these are some of the models. Then now computer technology has come and huge data can be analyzed and the depth of data is not there also, and we are very much tech savvy in these days because the technology is a kind of thing that sometimes force us to use. Suppose, and they have both the beneficial effects and the non-beneficial effects at the same time. So in geography, we have one thing, that field work. Another thing is this technical side. So what the technical sides gives us. So in terms of data, suppose the remote sensing methodology that is giving us a broader perspective for a large area, so which cannot be covered by fieldwork. But now, again, if I come to scales, suppose I can give you many examples that Tali Nala, suppose, you know it, it's a infamous Nala right now, but so the famous branch of the Hooghly River, and Sri Chaitanya Dev, he went to Nilachal through this river. We cannot say that sometimes in future, maybe the Hooghly River will become a drain, sometimes after 100 years. So the question is that whenever we are trying to zoom in with higher resolution, say 1 meter by 1 meter, then it's very fantastic for us that yes, at meter scale we can have the information how much of erosion has taken place, how much of deposition has taken place. But then, after a sudden flash flood, everything will be changed. In the following year, if you go there, you can find that the erosional and depositional environment has changed. Similarly, if the Calcutta Corporation raised out all the sediments from the say Talinwala, then all our exercises in terms of our dumpy level or say total station, everything is going to the drain itself. So scaling is very, very important, that how much of data at what type of time frame and what type of spatial scale we are going to consider. Yesterday I was going through a thesis, and there the person has done extremely well, so many data, so many maps, because in these days beautiful maps can be prepared, and a kind of some of our students, they were discussing that laptop geography is emerging, and because this COVID situation has been preventing us to go to the field, so field work has some limitations of a very smaller area. We can see it visualized. So earlier, what the topographical maps were given us the input, the reference. Now, definitely the remote sensing and GIS, they are giving us the reference. But all those are the database, but data is not everything. So the thesis, what is the difference between the thesis and report? Whenever we are trying to get so many data and analyze it with presentation of so many beautiful maps, those are basically some technical reports. And the thesis is missing. Why the thesis is missing? Because we don't explain it in terms of the isms, the thoughts. Because if you see, the in a shorter time and shorter spatial framework, things change very rapidly. Okay. But the isms, the thoughts, they change in a longer period of time. So social response to any kind of change in the natural environment or in some kind of institutional environment, it is slow. It is not that fast. So human relationships, whenever we are trying to explore with reference to some spatial scales or temporal scales of natural events, then we have to see that how much lagging time is there to respond the society or community level as a whole. Then only, and what is the underlying force working in terms of our political economic structure in the society, what is the power game, then only we can explain what is going to be. Because suppose there is erosion environment and a few meters have changed, but the government has taken a decision that by the next year, everything, the environment will be repaired. So our all these technical reports will go to the water. What scale we are going to do our researches. So another important issue is that skill and knowledge. Because skill, what we are harping in these days is basically we are developing skills. And imparting skill is very good, but unless the skill is translated into knowledge, then there will be difficulties. And that is the problem among the younger generations. They are very good in technical analysis, and they are very skilled, definitely. But what is the broader perspective? That is the knowledge. How you can integrate your findings with the broader perspective of the larger scale. Suppose we are thinking about the South Bengal, then how the phenomena that in the natural and social environment going on in the southern part of Bengal, then how your study can be connected to that, and that's why we actually do our literature review. So this part is somehow I think missing in these days, but definitely the technical analysis gives some backup. So backup is important. Technical analysis should be used as a backup for knowledge creation. Per se, they are not knowledge itself in itself. They are the tools, like the statistics, statistical measurements as tools. Similarly, the GIS or remote sensing, they are the backup tools. They are not the subjects. So we have to think in this way, and with these words, I am really thankful to the organizers for inviting me in this webinar. If you have any question, queries, or anything, I'm going to explain. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your valuable speech and giving time for us. And we strongly believe that your all the suggestions will give us more opportunity to in future scope or future research. And we hope that after the demolishing of pandemic situation, physically meet will be happen in our department. Sir, please, sir, when scope will permit, please, sir, come, sir, our department.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, one question from Miss Osima Rai. She's asking that GIS remote sensing based research is compulsory tools for applied research, in which are the software is very relevant in this type of research.
No, it is not never compulsory, because no tool can be compulsory, because the same thing can be done in different way. Okay, suppose it is easy to get information of a larger area with the help of remote sensing, and it is easy to calculate it with the help of GIS. But if you employ so many people, say 1,000 persons for field work, I can give one example. When the topo sheets were prepared, then GIS was not there, remote sensing was not there. Still, the topo sheets are the most accurate spatial information database even today. Okay, so how they made it? They made it through triangulation survey, employing so many people with so lots of their hard work and judgment and assessment of the accuracy over the day and night they were thinking. Actually, what today we are missing, because everyone can do everything in these days, and that's why the validity check is very, very rare. And what we are doing is that we are producing at least 100 papers in 5 years and 10 years, and UGC and many other institutions, our so CAS, they are making it compulsory. The papers you have, actually, the more the numbers, the less is the quality. So earlier, the quality was more, and we used to think before we start anything. So pre-planning was more important, and now also we have to think the pre-planning, what we are going to do, that has to be planned earlier, and then there should be lots of reviews. Okay, so internal review, external review, and all that. So same thing can be done. I am not against remote sensing GIS. I find it very useful tool, but they should be kept in mind that these are just useful tools. They are not the subjects, and they can be very good backups for our analysis. But after the analysis of the data, what are the findings that has to be explained, interpreted with various types of maxims, the thoughts, and all that social thoughts? Then only theory can be built up and we will be accepted in the, among the other disciplines. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your time, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, what to Sri Pintu Mondal to introduce our next speaker.
So, Abhishek, I have to leave. Siddiqui sir, Suman, I have to leave. Okay. Because I have some other programs. Thank you very much. Okay. And Dr.
Thank you, Professor Sharpati. Thank you, Professor Sharpati, for your valuable and informative lecture.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay.
Thank
Nice
you,
to
sir.
meet you once again. Okay, I'm leaving. Okay.
Thank you all. Faculty of Chatra Ramai Mahavidyalaya going to introduce Professor Dr. Bhimal Trivedi sir. Today, the Department of Geography, Chatra Ramai Mahavidyalaya is grateful to Professor Bhimal Trivedi sir for accepting our invitation. His presence will motivate all the students, the faculty members, and the immediate person present here. Sir, your high-level career caliber in the domain of quantitative geography has truly opened at a vista of new critical thought. Professor Trivedi is currently working as an associate professor in Center of Social Studies, ICSLR, Dhir Narmad, South Gujarat University, Surat. Professor Dr. Trivedi, sir, has vast experience in academia, research, as well as educational administration. He has vast knowledge in SPSS, statistical technologies, and research methodologies. He assisted with problem solving and has provided statistical support to more than 60 MPhil and PhD scholars. As an erudite scholar, he is active in academic activities in the form of an organizer and or speaker. He has completed also several research projects. His knowledge and expertise is simply beyond our count with the wise understanding. The quantity is a deciding tool of measurement. Sir, we are really honored to have you here. Please lead us to light, sir. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Can I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can you listen me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just
You are audible.
here in Surat, because of heavy rain, some issue about the internet connectivity in our department. So I have switched over this setup in my mobile. So sorry for I'm not sharing my PPT, but I will later stage I will send you the PPT. You can distribute among the participants. Let me start before I start my whatever I narrate about the demographic research scope and the scenario and the, the demographic research. So, good afternoon, everyone. Principal CRPM Professor Shyam Shanta, Honorable Minister of State West Bengal, and President of Governing Body CRPM, Professor Dev Narayan Bandopadhyay, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Bankura University, Dr. Abhishek, Dr. Hossainji, Webinar Committee Member, Eminent Speaker, delegates, and the participants. First, let me say thanks the organizer for inviting me to speak at the national level webinar on geography and allied discipline, future scope and career opportunity. Of course, I'm associated with the students, so I love to participate this kind of seminar when you are talking about the opportunities. and for giving me the opportunity to talk about the demographic research scope and significance. As you know that you can see my background, I'm a social science researcher and basically a statistician, and I worked for 30 years in the research institute. So I will narrate the topic, whatever I understand, with my own understanding of demographic research. So I listen some of the paper, and maybe my understanding and my argument or my paper is altogether different. But I was involved in many demographic research. Just recently, I involved in one research study carried out by Professor Bishwarup Das. Professor Bishwarup Das is a demographer. He has a master in geography and PhD in demography from I don't know, but JNU, and he works with me in the CSS. And recently we did one study on vendors and hawkers in Surat city, the changing pattern of Surat city while considering this aspect. So my research work or our institute research work as far as demographic research is concerned is altogether different. But I will speak what I understand. Maybe you like or no, I don't know. So I was involved in many demographic research. For example, slum livelihood mapping in Surat. It's a big study, and there were 5,45,000 people we have surveyed, and we have given study to the municipal corporation, and then later state Rawat has published the book. I would like to highlight the importance of this webinar, especially on the scope and relevance of the social science. And I think demography or geography is one of the branch of social science and demography study, and I will highlight the features area. Before I speak on demographic research or demography, I would like to say something about the function of research. The function of research is to broaden, just I am quoting the Vaidyanathan, this good article. The function of research is to broaden and deepen knowledge through systematic investigation to discover new information or reach a new understanding of various phenomena. This is as true for social science as the natural and the physical science. Intellectual curiosity to explore the unexplored and explain the unexplained by improving on extant theoretical and analytical framework or creating radical new ones are basic driving force of the research. So considering this definition or the narration of the research, keep it in mind. Whatever the paper I present here is on this. So let me start with the term demographics research. In the multifaceted nature of society and the social process leads to a widely divergent view on the role and relevance as well as methodology of the demographic research. One of the primary aspects of the demographer is to exploration of key demographic trends, both locally and globally. For example, from studies of the aging of the global population to report on the link between income and education level or the growth of the world minority population, demographer and other analysts play a key role in using this type of data to answer important questions about the society. For me, the role of demographer is in this term. Now let me start with the term demographic. The term demographic refers to a particular study of the characteristic of a population. It provides a description of how those characteristics change over the time. Here, time series data is important. So, later stage, I will speak that even in social science and in the demographic research, the, the discussion is going on whether the qualitative aspect is more useful or the quantitative aspect is more useful. But But I am just giving you some good reference about the good article from the, for example, Dodge 2006 narrated as demographic can include any factor that influence population growth or decline, but several parameters are particularly important. For example, population size, density, age structure, birth rate, mortality, and sex ratio. However, the writers like William Patterson and Hauser and Duncan consider that population studies and demography to be different. First time they established. According to them, the demography encompasses limited sphere and study only the decisive factor of population growth. Whereas in population study, beside the social, economic, and geographical, political, and biological aspect of population, their ensuring relationship are also studied. So, William Patterson and Hauser and Duncan has distinction between population study and demographic study. So, demographics information help us to understand the size, status, and behavior of population. And when I'm preparing this, I have considered the post-COVID 19 scenario, how these demographic research is important. For example, population density. Now you can see that those area affected as far as COVID spread is concerned, they talk about the population density. So nowadays the this kind of phenomena emerge. So keep it in mind. Two different terms we come across, that is demographic research and that is say demographics and demographic as a variable in research. So sometimes the PhD students have some confusion between demographic variable and demographic research itself. So demographic information provide data regarding research participant and it's necessary for the determination of whether the individual in a particular study are representative sample of the target population for generalization purpose. So demographic variable are independent variable by definition because they cannot be manipulated. As you can see that generally demographic variable you are related with your target variable. So demographic information allow you to better understand certain background characteristic of your target population, whether their age, race, ethnicity, income, work situation, marital status. So understand the demographic variable are a part of any demographic research. So now I will speak about the demography. It is considered as a branch of geography. Demographic research is a branch of geography and it is the scientific study of human population primarily with the respect of their size, structure, distribution and other development which deals with the population. The structure of demography also called the composition which determine the quality of human resources. Now I'm quoting another author. The one other author explained demography as it refers to the characteristic of the population which consist population attributes such as size of population, literacy, occupation structure, language, male-female ratio, rural-urban ratio, fertility, mortality, mobility, and other. The population growth and the distribution have attract increasing attention from the demographer and the planner in India during past 3 decades. Given this overview, I will try to cover the demographic research scope and its significance based on the demographic method. I work with Professor Prakasham, IIPS Mumbai, and Professor Das in Surat. So clearly there are two approaches, qualitative and quantitative, to understand the phenomena. I will speak, if time permit, let me say about the scope of the research. As far as scope of the research is not different than the social science research topic. The scope of demographic research explains the extent to which the research area will be explored in the work and specify the parameter within which the study will be operating. However, the reviewing the current scenario of the demographic research, it is observed that while the process of interaction between academic and policy research can strengthen both of these, policy centrings narrow the scope of analysis to techno-economic and managerial dimension without considering the wider ramification. That was the observation from the author. So I will try to explain with this example what the theory is saying, what the theory is saying about this. So I try to explain with this example. For example, let's say a researcher wants to study the impact of the migration remittance on household per capita income, or you can say impact on household welfare program in more broader manner. So, however, it is not possible for the researcher. I'm talking about the scope. In terms of scope, I am giving this example. So, however, it is not possible for the researcher to cover every aspect of the topic. The literature of migration and the remittance is vast, and it would have been impossible to review the entire literature. So, the scope might be narrowed down. What I already mentioned in the theory. Obviously, the effect of the migration on per capita income happens mainly through the remittance. If migrants do not send remittance to their home, there is no effect. That is obvious. But the question is for the demographer, the question is for the researcher is how you measure the impact at household level. That is the question. I mean, can researcher examine the effect and quantify it, or researcher understand the issue with the help of qualitative aspect? So that is the dilemma. That is the dilemma of the researcher, and the dilemma you can see in many research papers. So I hereby draw attention that in many cases there is a serious problem of conceptualization, measurement, and quantification, particularly in sensitive issues. So remittance and effect, it's not that much sensitive issue. But sometimes some sensitive issue, and demographer wants to know the reality, to know the real situation. So how investigation is beginning. So conceptualization, measurement, and quantification is the always problematic, particularly in sensitive issue like some area of personal life that researcher wish to investigate may not be examined through quantitative approach. So, for example, I am again giving you one example, and I will give you the reference in PPT. So you can click the article and you will get the reference. For example, study evaluate the experience of challenging faced by the people living with the HIV/AIDS may not be private, but may be emotionally taxing on those taking part in the research, because individuals, those who are affected with the HIV, they are part of your research. So this issue is very sensitive. So how you tackle? So taking part in research of this nature may be a stressful experience for both the researcher and the research, and is therefore likely to be considered sensitive. And that is why there has been an increase in the number of published studies and ongoing research that use qualitative approach in recent years in the broad field of demography. So you can see that in recent past 10 years, maybe because of nowadays NVivo is a software available for qualitative data analysis. So maybe the availability of software, now people are more and more collecting the data with the help of qualitative research. But again, it's a dilemma. Again, it's a dilemma, and it's depend on the issue to issue. So I'm talking about the how qualitative aspect is useful. So the ongoing discussion between qualitative and quantitative method is an epistemological one and belong to the sphere of philosophy and methodology. There is a still substantial debate over use of quantitative and qualitative method in demography. For any researcher who need to produce, identify, assess, interpret, and disseminate the quality evidence, or the facts relate to the issue. So researchers decide which approach is useful in collecting the vital information from the audience. At every stage of qualitative research, a key dimension is the inductive and interactive nature of the research process. Word and speech are fundamental data source, and thus it is essential that respondents are willing to talk. Part of the research process is therefore identifying the best way to induce respondents to talk openly or debate the issue under study. However, the ways people talk, what they are willing to talk about, and with whom and under what circumstances are integral not only to data collection but also to the analysis and interpretation. That is again a question. But just I am talking about that where the quantitative approach are not helpful, the qualitative approach is now. Nowadays people are using mixed method. But again in mixed method, just I'm giving you, if chairman permit me 2 minutes add that it's in mixed method, what happened that I have seen in last 10 years, in mixed method, that there is a problem occurred when quantitative approach saying something else and qualitative approach saying something else. If both the approach are giving their own finding, then researcher have some problem. So mixed method is helpful, but it is also is a questionable. I herewith quote one narration of the article. The article is Qualitative Research in Demography, Quality, Presentation and Assessment by IQAC and the other. That is in a very renowned journal. So what they have mentioned in the article, good quality research need to allow for a new and unexpected to emerge, be identified, hopefully by both field worker and the researcher. If they are not one, that means researcher and investigator both are not one and the same, and then be developed. In the same way that qualitative data coding should be inductive and guided by the data. So that is the very important. In qualitative aspect, like quantitative, you recruit the investigator and collect the data. But in qualitative, the idea behind is that the investigator and the researcher, if both are same, then the quality of data is altogether different. That was the assumption of the author. This need for responsiveness and flexibility is present throughout the research process, not only but particular for qualitative research in demography dealing with powerful but the personal issue in people's life, that is death, sexuality, reproduction, marriage. These are the sensitive issue. And in my opinion, demographer wants to study, in my opinion, qualitative research is helpful. Just I am finishing in 5-10 minutes. Under such condition, how should qualitative demographer research be designed, and what factor and risk should be considered during the planning of process? The method were not equally successful in each side. Now I am quoting one more author. The argument against this, the method were not equally successful in each side. Focus group discussion worked well with urban women, but were inappropriate in the village where potential participants all knew each other and would have been uncomfortable addressing the study topic in front of kin and neighbors. Focus group helpful in as far as women participation is concerned in urban, but fail in rural. That was the experience from one author. Informal group of discussion were effective in the village when young people gathered in the researcher room in evening to chat. Focus group with urban men were not a success. Men disliked the informality of a method which encouraged them to debate and discuss among themselves and wanted a formal situation whereby the facilitator asked the question and each answered in turn. Furthermore, the author adding, furthermore, men would not challenge or question accepted social norms in public, especially those around religious interpretation of appropriate reproductive behavior. In private, in-depth interview, a few men were more open to debating such issues. That is an article published in ePrint IQAC AC.uk. That is qualitative research in demographic. This. So Bernard and Hutter, their explanation is also important as far as the significance of demographic research is concerned. One of the aim of qualitative and the demographic research is to understand the demographic behavior in a different and more profound way, to see the people behind the number. Behind the number, that means quantitative approach. Traditionally, quantitative method cannot always explain rich concept and construct. For example, culture encompasses a wide array of explanation and meaning. When comparing different population, cultural factors have been quantified and used as an explanation or a cause for the difference between groups, but due to difficulty with the measuring culture, the result of this research are continuous and conclusion can remain vague. That is, Bernard and Hunter has given their conclusion in their and they have quoted number of research project, and after that their year of experiences, they have given this conclusion. So I will also send you this link. So now quantitative approach already known, and from years people are using quantitative approach, and I am also very much oriented of quantitative research, because I am my specialization is statistics and SPSS. So I train people in SPSS, but sometime when I work with the people like urban planner or demographer or historian or anthropologist, so my thinking is different, that every time quantitative approach is not useful to understand the issue. So in quantitative research or in demographic research, when you are using the quantitative research, the statistics such as income, death, and birth form part of the general science of demography. And the demography also includes the study of disease incidence, marriages, and the migration. It mainly focuses on data that illustrate the changing structure of human population. Nowadays, people are, you can see that many study on human population, structure of human population, and most research work carried out by demographer. The term may also refer to a specific structure of human population. For example, the demography of Indian state is changing, means that the makeup of the country's people is changing. We call a population specialist a demographer, and the demographer analyzes dynamic living population. In other words, population that change over the time. So the role of the demographer is more or less same like social science mainstream researcher. Only question is, after 19 years, this is the question debatable. My good friend demographer always saying that we always say that 8.4% GDP, 7% GDP, 9% GDP, but you can go to the village, hardly you will get the development scenario, this 9% or 8% GDP. So sometimes 9% or 8% GDP are misleading. So even in social science, some people have some reservation for the the quantification. So after 19 years, still the census data are collection in the same format. Nothing new addition considering the state change. That is the demography of the Indian state is changing. That was the claim by the researcher. But 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 you can see the census of data. Nothing is changed in the format of the collection of the data. So that is also one of the questions. Now I will speak 2-3 minutes as far as significance of this. A developing country such as in India currently undergoing extraordinary socio-economic and demographic changes to achieve a rapid improvement in income, definition of the poor, longevity, school enrollment, urbanization, and industrialization. For example, researcher wants to population density and its implication on the sustainable development of the country, or to explore the relationship of the impact of population density on the environment or behavior of the local residents. Now you can see that Maratha and non-Maratha now going on. So now demographer needs to care about and see this issue. The study also include labor force trend, determine community need to achieve family welfare program, population density and healthcare needs, and parenthood. Nowadays, people are talking about the parenthood and well-being. So, so just like a social science research, there is a need for trained professional in demography and population study in India in order to carry out research in this kind of future aspect. Identify the current trend and the predict future trend for the government. Use of time series data. The demographers need to have excellent statistical knowledge with good analytical research skill. I also add that nowadays NVO is available for qualitative research. And I have heard that most of the sponsors are providing the support. I know some institute are getting NVO software when they are having a one project. So the growth in the availability of survey data over the last 5 decades and the explosion in computer technology and easy to use statistical package has lowered the cost and increased the attractiveness of quantitative and the qualitative work for the demographic analysis. So the last this is that in next 5-10 years, what kind of research is taking place? Yesterday I discussed with 2-3 my good friends, those who spent 30-40 years in demographic research, and they suggest some of the topic which I'm putting here. Why need more demographic data still? Because demographic information remains scarce, especially for the country like India. The recent health crisis at global level has highlighted many parameters of demographic data gaps. I'm talking about the data gaps. So just like in social science or student or researcher, when reviewing, the data gaps is important. From data gaps, we generate the question. So, for example, population density, migration, and economics health disparity. I think vital data can help with the government. So, what kind of topics emerge in new uh, in point of the demographer? The rising household debt. One of the topic was because of the COVID and the situation is prolonged, the rising household debt post-COVID-19 and the financial behavior of the migrant worker, the racial inequality in infection disease, or native attitude toward the migrant. One more topic suggested by my friend, that social network and healthcare seeking behavior of community living in close proximity of industry. That was also one good research topic in near future. So why people change their behavior and what causes these changes? migration responses of immigrant in India during the pandemic. That is also one. Then study on urban labor market. So nowadays, the size and the scope and the characteristic of the labor market change. The skilled labor market are important instead of unskilled labor. So the demographer can map this labor market. Which group have been most affected by COVID-19? And the last one is how living standard pattern change in household as a result of coronavirus. Thank you very much. Thanks, seminar organizer, for inviting me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for informative and enlightening speech. Now it is time to open up the question answering session. Sir, Ms. Sonia Ognihotri is asking that in COVID-19 situation will able to change in demographic pattern of India as well as developing countries.
Hello, pardon? Pardon your question, please.
Sir, you are audible? Hello,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah. Please.
Sir, Ms. Sonia Ognihotri is asking that in COVID-19 situation will able to change in demographic pattern of India as well as developing countries.
Yeah. You can see that nowadays corporation is struggling. Just 10 or 15 days back, there was a one webinar in Surat, and the urban planner and most engineer associated with the or even the health worker or many organization also struggle with the data, because they don't have a data where the industry, the mapping of the industrial labor, mapping of the migrant worker, where they stay, how they travel from their residence to industry, what is the supply of their food, how they send their remittance. So these kind of data are in the research study, but they don't have a census data. So when this COVID-19, they cannot plan that where the migrant labor and what kind of help they want, and how they reach to that migrant labor. So my question is in this, that in demographic, we say that demographic data or demographic variable, but it's more or less a relatively like a population study. But you can see that in the article I have already quoted that most of the eminent scholar, they say there is a distinction between population study and the demographic study. So in that manner, I say that post-COVID scenario, which brings you a new topic. That, for example, the debt. You can see the data that who they are, who withdraw the PF amount. You can see who they are, whether they are migrant, whether they are middle class, and we don't have a data. So how researcher, how demographer link with the demographic attitude or demographic variable with this kind of data? That is my argument. I don't know, but I already mentioned that I am from social science, but as a social science and as a statistician, I involve in many demographic study. So I know how demographer understand the issue with the help of his or her own understanding. our own training as a demographer. Is there any question?
No, sir. Thank you, sir, for your such a kind and such a valuable and informative speech and regarding demographic research. And sir, I'm thanking to you to present your thought, your valuable speech, and from a long distance from Surat and West Bengal, there is a great communication through a virtual mode. We hope that in future we will meet physically after COVID situation, and our department will invite you in future days, and a good collaboration have to be initiated from our department and from you. And you all know that research methodologies, quantitative analysis, SPSS techniques are such a more valuable tools to explore our research. That's why we think that there is a need of good collaborations. That we thinking in our department. Our department in a full-fledged department, and need to your help in future course, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now over to Sattar Hussain for vote of thanks.
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you, sir. Bimal Trivedi, sir. Am I audible?
Audible.
I am Sattar Hussain, Assistant Professor in Geography in the Department of Geography, Chatra, Ramai, Pandit, Mahavidyalaya. Here we come to the end of this one-day national level webinar on geography and allied discipline, future scopes and the career opportunities. On behalf of the Department of Geography, Chatra, Ramai, Pandit, Mahavidyalaya and IQAC, I take this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks to all who have helped us to make such a wonderful and informative webinar. First of all, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Devnarayan Bandyopadhyay, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bankura University, who has paid his spacious time for us from his busy schedule. And I also extend our heartfelt thanks to the President of our college and the Chief Patron of this webinar, Professor Chatra, Honorable Minister of the State Government of West Bengal, for encouraging us for this webinar from the very beginning. I am also very thankful to the principal of our college and the patron of this webinar, Paramnath Roy, for his valuable support of all the times and motivated us for conducting this webinar. I also extend my sincere and deep regard to our eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Bhagwan Singh Chaudhary, Registrar of Kurukshetra University and Chairman, Department of Geophysics, Kurukshetra University. Professor Dr. Sujit Mandal, Dean, Faculty of Science and Head, Department of Geography, Diamond Harbour Women's University. Professor Dr. A.R. Siddiqui, Professor and Head, Department of Geography, University of Allahabad. Professor Dr. Suman Pal, Professor and Head, Department of Geography, Sidhu Kanubisa University. Professor Dr. Lakshmi Narayan Satpathy, Director, UGC HRDC, and Professor, Department of Geography, Calcutta University. Dr. Bimal Trivedi, Associate Professor, Center for Social Studies, ICSSR, Surat, for sharing their knowledge and informative discussion to us. I am very grateful to all the members of advisory committee for guiding and motivating us in each and every matter. I also like to thanks to all the members of the organizing committee of this webinar And I especially thanks to Dr. Abhishek Saha, Assistant Professor in Geography, Chatra Ramai Pandit Mahavidyalaya, for his overall hardest work, and without his cooperation and work, it is quite impossible for the Department of Geography, Chatra Ramai Pandit Mahavidyalaya, to present such a wonderful webinar. I would like to thanks to all the participants who are in live to us and made it a successful event by their active participations. Last but not the least, I would like to thanks to all the personalities who are directly or indirectly extend their hearty cooperations for making this webinar such a huge success. One information or important things is that it is very good news for us that 1150 participants have registered and they are all already actively watching this webinar. Once again, thank you to all for being with us in this afternoon. The webinar is closed. Thank you. Thank you to all. Avishika.